Good evening, everyone. Just a few housekeeping things first. I'd like to welcome you all to the continuation of Cambridge City Council's full council meeting, which was adjourned last Thursday after agenda item 5C. My name is Councillor Russ McPherson. I'm the Mayor and the Chair for this meeting. We're not expecting the fire alarm to go off. If it does, please leave everything and follow the exit signs to Peace Hill side over the building and exit via Peace Hill door and assemble in St Mary's Passage. There are people actually on the door this evening anyway, so who will guide you. Public toilets are located opposite the Zeged room. Water is available from the water machines outside the committee rooms. Please wear face mask coverings whilst in the building and less speaking. We have some councillors present online, so for the benefit of those watching, councillors online can make contributions to the meeting, but cannot vote. Councillors in the chamber who are also choosing to log into the Teams meeting, can you please ensure the device has the Teams meeting on mute and that your device is also on mute? Otherwise, there'll be significant feedback in the chamber. I'll just say one thing about the microphones. There was a little bit of playing up with those last week, and I'm reliably informed that the issue was, I thought it was the batteries going, but it's not. They just got a bit confused. So if they start to flash green around the place, if we just turn them all off, just don't use them, let them rest and reconfigure themselves for a couple of minutes, I'm told that should sort it out. So hopefully that helps. A couple of things on the Mayor's announcements. The reception, Mayor's reception will be held at the Guildhall on Friday the 22nd of April. It will actually happen, and that will be at 1900 to 21:30. So that'd be absolutely wonderful to see as many of you there as you can possibly make it. We waited a long time for it. I think it'll be a very good evening. And something new. We've introduced a tea dance at the Guildhall on Sunday, the 22nd of May, from 1500 in the afternoon to 17:30. Tickets for that will be £5, including refreshments and cake. And that is to support my charities, because there isn't a quiz this year for all sorts of reasons. And so this idea was thrown into the ring, and it's proving to be very popular at the moment. So that'll be Sunday, the 22nd of May. Penny will be able to give you further details of that as that evolves. City Council elections. As there's no scheduled meeting of the full council after this meeting until the City Council elections have taken place, for those of you who will not be restanding, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all for your excellent public service to the city, and I do mean that. For those who will be restanding for election, I wish you all very well. Last time, members observed a moment to reflect in solidarity with the people of Ukraine last Thursday. We have a statement that I'm going to read. We have a statement that I'm now going to read out, and as most of you know, I don't read every word that's in front of me, but I will read this statement out. And members, I would ask you respectfully if you would stand while we do that. We stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian people following the invasion by the military forces of Vladimir Putin. As a country and as a city, we have a proud record of welcoming refugees over many years. And we call on the government to do all it can to help the Ukrainian people. This includes immediately offering a safe and legal passage for Ukrainian refugees coming to the UK, and stronger sanctions, more visa bans and asset freezes on Kremlin-linked figures and companies. We also need the government to set out a comprehensive national plan for Ukrainian refugees so that we and other councils can give direct help and support. As we have in the past, we will work closely with our partners and call on the expertise of those in our community to provide the help that people need. Cambridge will offer the same warm welcome to refugees from Ukraine as it has those from Syria, Afghanistan, and other nations. We will ensure that Cambridge continues to be a city of sanctuary. Thank you, everyone. The next item, even though I use the Mayor's prerogative to move it, I'm going to have to move it again. The next item was a resolution of thanks to Councillor Bird for her mayoral year. That was item 7, but to enable Councillor Bird to leave as and how her health wished her to, I move that to this item right now. But unfortunately, I am reliably informed that Councillor Bird's taxi has not turned up. She is not here. So what we're going to do, we just have, being it's a live performance, we'll just move with the times. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to park that for a moment, if you don't mind, and we'll just crack on with the rest of the agenda. And when Councillor Bird turns up, I'll slot it right in there if that's acceptable to everybody. Thank you so much. In that case then, we'll go straight to public question times, which is in fact a bit better for those members of the public who've taken the trouble to come here. I understand we have 9 public speakers to address the meeting. I will remind, though, under the scheme allowing members of the public to speak at council meetings, each speaker must address their comments to the chair of the relevant committee or the relevant member of the executive. Each question or statement must be limited to 3 minutes. Unfortunately, I will not be taking supplementary questions this evening, so that we can get through as many of the questions in the time allowed. Can councillors answering also be mindful of the total time available? And although your contributions are not time limited, there is only 30 minutes for public questions in total, because members, with 9 members of the public, I really would like to get as many of those 9 that I can. And if I allowed supplementary questions, we're just not going to get through them, and it would be unfair of those people who have trouble to ask a question. So hopefully you will bear with me on that. Question 1. David Thornton from Cambridge Living Streets, would you like to ask your question?
Good evening, Mayor, Councillors. You're aware I'm from Living Streets, Cambridge, and you will also be aware of our campaign with the RNIB and campsite to address the pavement parking problem in Cambridge. Since the COVID lockdowns, the habit of parking cars on or across the pavement has increased markedly and shows no signs of abating now that the restrictions have eased. Some of you may have visited our website at stumblingstreets.com, viewed the video produced by the RNIB, or seen the gallery showing photographs of over 200 incidents. 70% of those photographs were taken in the first 2 weeks of February, and they must represent only a fraction of what's really happening. Whilst being a nuisance for all pedestrians, pavement parking is a major issue for particular groups. Wheelchair and mobility scooter users, as well as parents with prams or buggies, are often forced into the road to get round the vehicles. For the blind and partially sighted, it represents a real hazard, one with potential dangers, one they're now also likely to encounter at least once every time they go out. If active travel policies are ever to work, barriers like this must be reduced, not, as they are now, allowed to grow unchecked. We are, of course, aware that the City Council has no powers to address this problem directly under current arrangements. Nevertheless, we believe that it has a major role to play. Will this council and its members agree to press the County Council and the Highways and Transport Committee for swift action to bring an end to the worst instances of what is rapidly becoming an epidemic, one that negates the positive work of the active travel team? First of all, it's important to emphasise to the County Council, and especially to the Highways and Transport Committee, that they absolutely do have the powers to address the problem. Those were bestowed on all local authorities, including Cambridge, by special authorisation to prohibit parking on footways and verges wherever they considered it necessary. They were given by Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State Norman Baker in February 2011. And powers are exercised through a traffic regulation order, TRO or ETRO. I can provide a copy of that authorization to anyone who needs it. Secondly, this council can refuse to accept the obfuscation, buck passing and denial of responsibility that seems to have greeted past complainants. Thirdly, they can make it clear that except in London, where there's a blanket ban, pavement parking has been or is being successfully tackled in cities like Peterborough and Sheffield through the use of a citywide TRO, but only exercised in those localities where the problem is worst. Councillors can nominate those for consideration. One sentence. Finally, this council can suggest that if initial schemes have sufficient scope, any action could be self-funding through the administration of fines. Thank you.
Mr. Thornborough, I believe you're answering that question.
Mr. Starton, thank you for bringing this matter to this committee, this council meeting, and for all your work that you and Living Streets have done to raise the important issues regarding how all our residents move around the city and the very many obstacles that are faced by so many. I agree with you on the points that you have raised and to pressing the County Council and Highways and Infrastructure Committee to ensure that our concerns, your concerns, can be raised, discussed and solutions found, and active travel and the needs of all our residents are considered. I've been made aware that the county have consulted with Transport for All, an important group working for many of your own objectives, so I'm very pleased about that. As you know, I've already requested a meeting with the relevant councillors and officers, and with you joining as well. I will press for that meeting to be held in the next couple of weeks, and thank you very much once again for bringing this matter to the council.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your question. Question number 2, Mr. Matthew Howard, please.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Chair. I'd like to bring the issue of insulation across all Cambridge houses, which I know has been the topic of previous conversations. However, my question is how can we accelerate this much more rapidly? Insulation, draft proofing, reducing the cost of living for residents, as well as significantly and quickly reducing emissions from the city is a no-brainer. You may well hear later that full retrofit of all council properties is not tenable. Therefore, I ask, can we focus the money on making the most swift and cost-effective reductions in emissions and therefore costs of utility bills to residents? We know that we're going from one crisis to another, but we must keep in mind the long-term resilience of the city, community, in terms of cost of living and emissions of CO2 into the atmosphere. So will the council commit to more swiftly invest in those more sensible choices and also incentivise private landlords as well as homeowners themselves to invest in insulation for their properties by, for example, bulk buying insulation like we do for solar panels? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. I believe that's going to be answered by 2 councillors, Councillor Moore and Councillor Todd-Jones. Councillor Moore, you wish to speak first? MTJ, it's yours.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Howard, for your question. I will give you a little bit of context. I'm going to answer the question regarding to council-owned properties in particular, and my colleague will answer about the private dwelling sector. But in terms of council-owned dwellings, the City Council has been fitting external wall insulation and solar panels to properties since 2020-2021, with a programme of 150 1930s solid wall semis in Arbury due for completion this year at a cost of 3.2 million. The majority are retrofitted to energy rating B, that's from a D rating, and will save households at least £200 per annum on energy bills. This coming financial year, a further 1.9 million is allocated from the housing revenue account to retrofit another 60 council houses. In combination with housing revenue account funding, we're also using local authority delivery funding where applicable, and we apply to the Social Housing Decarbonisation Fund to retrofit more council properties from 2023 onwards. We also have an ongoing programme of planned works delivering loft insulation to all council dwellings and a programme of cavity wall insulation with 148 council dwellings benefiting in 2021-2022. This is part funded utilising energy company obligation funding. 5 million has been allocated from the housing revenue account to deliver net zero carbon housing project in 2022-2023. A package of energy efficiency measures to 50 homes across several different typical council housing types. It'll help us determine the cost of delivering net zero carbon to all our existing council dwellings. Evidence from this project will help us make a case to government for more funding. You ask how we can accelerate investment in retrofit. I mentioned our commitment to spending over 5 million to retrofit 210 homes to a B rating. But we need 365 million to retrofit all our council homes to this standard. And there's no way the housing revenue account can fund this. We're applying to every external grant funding opportunity available, but ultimately the government has to step up to meet this challenge. And we are part of the Great Homes Upgrade campaign, lobbying the government to increase by at least 11 billion the currently woefully inadequate 3 billion available across the UK for retrofit. We will, of course, look at our planned maintenance programme, and if we think we can direct funds to more, say, appropriate insulation, whether cavity wall or other forms of insulation, then of course we have the flexibility to do that. But I hope that answers the first part of your question. Thank you.
Thank you. So in regards to private and private rented dwellings, we're pursuing a number of initiatives. We're working in partnership with all Cambridgeshire districts to deliver retrofit to Cambridgeshire residents through the Action on Energy programme. So this includes setting up a county-wide retrofit service to deliver government-funded local authority delivery schemes and also provide a trusted route to retrofit for the able-to-pay market with an intended start date of July this year. This service will promote whole-house retrofit across Cambridgeshire, providing tailored support to residents and a route to quality installations. We have a number of projects to give homeowners a helping hand in understanding their house or flat and give them a head start in where to start retrofitting it. So these are that we've commissioned 2 high-level retrofit studies to identify what energy efficiency and renewable energy measures would need to be installed for different property archetypes in Cambridge. Plus, at the end of last year, we launched our building control project to give homeowners energy-saving advice using thermal imaging. We'll also be targeting private rented accommodation using our private sector housing team in environmental health through the minimum energy efficiency standards. We'll be taking enforcement action against landlords and property managers whose properties do not meet the national minimum energy efficiency standards. From April 2021, these standards only require a minimum rating of E, so we will also be working with other local authorities to lobby government for a more rapid increase in standards and greater enforcement powers for councils. At our budget meeting last week, we agreed a new post of Home Retrofit Project Coordinator, who will support both our environmental health team and our corporate energy manager to manage all of these projects to increase the work that we're doing, while also making sure that we're in a good position to apply for every available and suitable government grant. The main push for our work on increasing retrofitting of homes across the city is to reduce the emission of greenhouse gases and so mitigate against catastrophic climate change. However, this work also has the opportunity, as you said, to improve the health and well-being of Cambridge residents by making our homes warmer, healthier and cheaper to run. Plus, the devastating reports from the invasion of Ukraine that we're seeing this week should also be encouraging us to review our support for despotic regimes through excessive fossil fuel consumption. Not just Putin's Russia, but also Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that brings me to question 3 and 4, which we're going to take together. So, Janie Brightman, I believe you're here. Yes, okay, that's fine. Thank you. And that will be followed before we have a response from Councillor Collis by Jamie Goodland, who is online. So it's yours.
Right. Hello to councillors and the mayor. On the 22nd of July, 2021, the council unanimously passed a motion outlining its concerns about the implication of the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill on Gypsy, Roma and traveller communities. With the bill in its final stages, having completed all its readings in the House and the Lords, it is due to enter the Commons for final consideration of the Lords' amendments next Monday, the 28th, or this Monday, past Monday, before February 28th, before proceeding for royal assent. Although a number of amendments on the rights to protest have been changed, there has been little movement on the provisions regarding the criminalisation of the traveller way of life, the power of police to seize gypsy and traveller homes, to fine gypsies and travellers up to £2,500, and to imprison those who continue to follow a nomadic way of life because of the lack of safe, legal stopping places. In the response to Councillor Bennett's question on the issue of the Gitana and what was actually going on, it was somewhat disturbing to read that since the passage of this motion, there have been 7 evictions. And the response, and despite an attempt by those who went down to talk to the travellers, asking them would they participate in the Gitana, they declined. And they declined because they have absolutely no relationship with the council, and the council has no relationship with these communities. In our opinion, these relationships have got to be built before one can expect any kind of trust from these communities towards officialdom. The discussion of the development of possibly developing a site at the biomedical campus in Addenbrooke's is welcome. It's the right location, but it also is questionable about the timescale, particularly because of the urgency of the passage of the bill. We need to challenge the perception of travellers, as was attempted, for example, in the council's opposition support for the protests against the Jimmy Carr concert. Basically, there is systemic racism that exists in our society. It's still an acceptable form of racism, and we feel that this is urgent and wish to ask the council, what plans does it have in place now to supply legal stopping places and transit sites for gypsies and travellers passing through Cambridge and South Cambridgeshire? There are no
Thank you very much for your
legitimate
question.
grounds
You've
for
run out of
delay.
time, I'm afraid. Thank you. Thank you so much. And if we take question 4 from Jamie Goodland, who I believe is online, that'll be fine. Yeah, we can hear you about strength 5.
the council £230,000 on clean-up and enforcement costs. I understand that Cambridge City Council was the only council in Cambridgeshire to carry out an eviction during the first COVID lockdown. As a Labour Party member, I am concerned that a Labour council would allow this. The motion of solidarity passed last June is encouraging, but it is time to go further than words and take meaningful action to back up the rhetoric. I understand that the council may have considered the idea of negotiated stopping in the past. Will the City Council and its members act in accordance with its words of support for the GRT community and commit to a formal negotiated stopping policy now, such as has been adopted in Leeds? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Councillor Collis, would you like to respond to both of those questions? Thank you.
Now my microphone's working. Yes, I would. Thank you. Thank you both for your questions. As they're broadly similar and point to the same issues, I'm going to answer them as they've been asked, so jointly. Janny, you're quite correct. This is a matter of extreme urgency, and I, for one, don't have the slightest intention of delaying. I want to be really clear so that there's absolutely no room for misinterpretation. I fully support negotiated stopping as an alternative solution through which we, as a city council, with the whole community, can make space for our GRT neighbours to stop safely and legally. But there is a key obstacle that stands in our way, and this, as I think we're probably all aware, is the availability of unused land. It's going to require a lot more work from us and from others to find a suitable site or sites. The approach we take at the moment to any encampments on City Council land is, in essence, a de facto negotiated stopping agreement. That includes conversations around the length of time that encampments will stop on the land, what services the council needs to provide to those families. So that might be water, disposing of rubbish, or toilet facilities, as we did in Arbury Town Park over the summer. In most cases, including with parks and open spaces, stopping can be agreed for weeks, or in some cases, months. For example, I think it was 3 years ago on Coldham's Common, 2.5 years ago. This isn't sustainable long term though, and I agree with you that we need a longer term approach. I think we've said at previous meetings that any provision for transit sites would need to be included in the Greater Cambridge Local Plan. And to do that, we require clear, consistent evidence of need. And the recognised way of providing this need, of proving this need, is, as you know, the Gitana. Of course, all Gitanas have their limitations, including, as you mentioned, trust within GRT communities that might make them less willing to be interviewed or surveyed. I totally understand that. I understand where that's coming from. I think there will have been delays due to COVID too. As I understand it, lockdown started just before a round of interviews were due to take place. I do want to reassure you, though, that every effort is being made to ensure that this study is as thorough and as robust as possible, given those circumstances. We really do know how important it is to get this right. We can't consult with the public on a draft piece of research. I really don't think that that would get anyone the best outcome. We need research that is objective and provides strong and compelling evidence. And that has to underpin any and all work that we do, and we're doing our very best to make sure that that is what we get. Our communities deserve no less than that, especially GRT communities. Turning to Jamie's question, like you, Jamie, I really welcome the show of solidarity from a whole cross-section of the Cambridge community. I was there along with other councillors, and I was really encouraged by what I think was a sense of common purpose and a shared willingness to stand up against anti-GRT racism. Council officers worked extremely hard on facilitating all of this, and I want to especially thank them too. I know the Executive Councillor for Communities would want to do the same, to thank them for their efforts. The question now is how we harness all that positive energy. I also want to thank Peach, who I think isn't here, for responding positively to our invitation to meet, and I will be in touch shortly to arrange that. I spoke to Martin at the protest, took him to one side and spoke to him, and I asked him what he, as a traveller, thought we most needed to do as a council to support his community. And provide stopping sites was his answer. You know, we have got that message loud and clear. As I said in response to Janny's question, to be able to fully support negotiated stopping, we need to find unused sites. The lack of unused pieces of land available as temporary stopping places is, I think, probably, the most significant limitation here. It isn't an easy issue to solve, and I think the best way forward, what we all need to do, is work with neighbouring councils to understand what the needs are and how we best meet them. Leeds, I think, is a unitary metropolitan authority, which makes that level of coordination that's needed probably a bit easier. For us here, it means we need to work that little bit harder, and we need to push forward the conversations that have to happen. And I know that everyone at the City Council, councillors and officers are all committed to finding a way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that answer. That then takes us to question number 5, Mr. Bob Illingsworth. Is he also online if he can hear us?
Yes, good evening.
Okay, barely picking up at the moment. Just give us a second.
Can you hear me? Good evening. Good evening, can you hear me?
It's very faint, probably about strength 2. We can give it a go, and if we can't hear you, then we'll stop the clock and go back, and you can, if you don't mind, answer to ask your question again. But if you just carry on for now, and just speak as loudly as you can, we'll see how it goes. Sorry, Mr. Innsworth, that's not going to work. I tell you what we could do, if you don't mind. What we'll do, we're going to go to the next question and then come back to you. I'm quite happy to do that. It's not your fault. So we'll ping to the next question and then come back to you if you don't mind, if that's okay. We think it might be at your end. So if in that case, if I could ask Caroline Stoddard to ask her question, and we'll come back to Mr. Illingsworth after that.
Good evening and thank you. Sorry. And thank you, Chair and councillors. I'm a regular dog walker and litter picker within the city, and my question concerns rubbish, much of which has grown in quantity since lockdowns. My question is, why are there insufficient rubbish and recycling bins throughout Castle Ward in particular? And what plans has the council got in place to properly reflect the increasing pedestrian traffic in the ward to ensure litter reduction? There are really too few places for litter disposal, and we need these regularly spaced, perhaps at bus stops where litter is often dropped. There are also no recycling points other than one in Bermuda Terrace within the entire ward, and with a transient and young population as at Eddington and increasingly at Darwin Green, recycling is really necessary. And then both Madingley Road and Huntingdon Road only each have 2 bins along their entire length. There's a lot of rubbish dropped consistently all the way along, and daily we pick it up and put it in our own bins because of that. There are also no bins other than in Shelley Row, and 7 bins around the Sydenham Park. Otherwise, the entire ward has no dog bins whatsoever. You only have to go to Girton or to Coton and find dog bins regularly placed everywhere within those parishes. It is a very stark reflection of a lack of consideration of a growing dog population as well within the ward. So that is my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very well timed. Only just over a minute. Thank you. Councillor Moore, your response, I believe.
Thank you. So I should start by saying I'm also a dog owner, dog walker and litter picker, including with some of our fantastic hard-working streets and open spaces crews who work hard to keep our city clean. And in regard specifically to the dog bins, I would say that you can put your dog waste in a bag, ideally in a normal litter bin. So any litter bin you can put your dog waste in. Tackling the environmental and financial impacts of litter in all wards across the city, not just Castle, is a priority for this council, which is why we're currently working on our first ever litter strategy for Cambridge, and this strategy includes a litter bin review. We've recently completed a resident survey on this issue, which shows that, as you have expressed here this evening, that levels of litter affect residents' satisfaction with where they live and feelings of well-being. For the council, litter is also a significant financial burden, costing us hundreds of thousands of pounds every year to clear it up. And as we learned from the recent lockdowns, when we had the same amount of litter, just in different locations, it's Cambridge residents, not our visitors, who litter our city. So, as I said, our strategy will include a bin review. So this will consider the location, the size and type of every litter bin across the city, including Castle Ward. There's some growing evidence that having recycling bins separate from the residual bins improves the quality of the recyclate. Also, there's evidence that, for example, where you can have coffee cup recycling bins, if you have those next to the recycling bins, that again improves the quality of the recyclate. So we're looking at all of these things as part of our strategy. But also, unfortunately, it's not just about numbers of bins. We also need to get people to use them. And so we'll also be working on that using behavioural psychology and behavioural insights. However, if you did read off a long list of locations, and I'd be happy to give you my details and you can email them and I'll pass them on to the team who are doing the strategy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. What we're going to do is we'll try Mr. Illingsworth again. If that doesn't work, then Gary's going to read his question out. And I know that will take us a couple of minutes over time, but it's not his fault. It's a technical issue and it would be churlish not to allow that question now. So, Mr. Illingworth, if you're receiving, we can try it again.
Yes, can you hear me this time? Is that any better at all?
Not really. We can barely hear you. So don't worry. What we're going to do is we have the text of the question here. So Gary's going to read that out and we'll go from there.
Okay, Mr. Illingworth's question is, the woefully inadequate provision of formal sports pitches at the proposed North East Cambridge development is on tonight's agenda. What is the prospect of the new development getting a bigger share of sports facilities that the council's own policy says it should bring? Why shouldn't sports pitches and a swimming pool be part of the promise of a 5-minute community that the council is promoting to its future residents?
Thank you for joining this committee and raising your concerns. You've referred to the motion coming to the committee, which will be debated a bit later. The proposed full development at North East Cambridge will not be coming for another 10 or 15 years. It is not imminent, but will in our future bring new homes, offices, schools, parks, shops, community and art centres and sports facilities in this part of Cambridge. As Executive Council for Planning Policy, I expect and will work towards the full requirement of sports facilities that are in our current local adopted plan being met. This will be on the site or very nearby. But Mr. Illingworth, there is nothing in the area action plan that would prevent all being provided on the site. I hope that you stay for the debate on the motion coming later in the committee, and I'm sure your comments will be taken into consideration by all the councillors here who might participate in the debate. So thank you very much for addressing this council.
Thank you very much for that. We're only about 2 minutes over, so including technical difficulties, we did very well there. I'm afraid the last 3 questions we won't have time to answer. So Sue Wells, Stephen Tompkins and Becky Allen will receive responses to their questions in writing. Thank you very much. That concludes this item. That takes us to agenda item 5D on page 475, recommendations of leader and executive councillor for strategy. Councillor Anna Smith, do you wish to
Stephen
introduce the item?
Tompkins.
Is now exiting.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask how long I have to introduce this item?
Yeah, you've got up to 5 minutes, councillor.
Okay, well, I will endeavour not to use all of it, but I will set my clock accordingly. So, and by the way, could I just say this is probably the only time you'll ever see me wearing blue, but I felt it was important to try to wear something that reflected our solidarity with Ukraine this evening. So, I'm delighted to be able to introduce our corporate plan this evening. And I'm aware that the title corporate plan isn't exactly thrilling. But this is a really important document because what it does is it sets out our priorities as a council, not just for the next year, but for the next 5 years until 2027. I was reflecting on last week's budget debate, and it struck me there's a tendency to see the budget as the setting of policy, and whereas what the budget does is ensure we have the funding for the policies that we set, and of course that's absolutely crucial, the budget itself is not the setter of that policy, and as we discussed at length last time, having a budget line isn't needed to make something happen if plans are already in place. Now, what the corporate plan does is it sets that policy by setting out the broad vision for the council over the next 5 years. It's a clear statement of direction for us as a city which faces huge challenges, the impacts of COVID and Brexit, years of government austerity making life harder and harder for our residents, our businesses, and for us. And huge reductions in government funding. As I've said before, we are over £7 million short alone because we haven't yet, despite assurances at the time, got it back from the government in terms of COVID mitigation. And in the midst of these challenges, we have much to do. It's 2022. We can't put off action to address the climate and biodiversity emergencies if our city has any chance of becoming net zero by 2030. We have a housing crisis with over or almost 2,000 households on our housing needs register, and many people, especially young people, are stuck in crowded, expensive private rentals. The cost of living crisis has only served to make worse the inequalities we face in our city, and it can often feel as if local government is the last line of defence for so many people. And we need to maintain our vital services, support businesses and jobs, and ensure we are able as a council to modernise to meet the challenges that lie ahead. The corporate plan sets out the big strategies for this, and these are split into 4 areas: tackling the climate and biodiversity emergencies, tackling poverty and inequality, building a new generation of council homes and tackling homelessness, as well as trying to make sure that there are more good quality affordable homes for the people who don't qualify for council housing but still need support. And transforming the council, maintaining our services and supporting our local economy to make sure that everyone in the city who needs one has a decent job. It's a huge task, but we are a resilient city. If we didn't know it before, then the pandemic has shown us that. With everyone, businesses, charities, mutual aids, faith groups, community groups, individuals working together cooperatively to support our whole city. As a everything, but we don't seek to. But we in so many ways, and on that note, can I just wish a happy 10th birthday to Raspberry Pi? And together, as a city, I know that we will not only weather the storm, but we will do our best to keep working to create one Cambridge fair for all. And this corporate plan helps us to do that. Thank you.
Councillor Bick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Let me say that there are some fine goals and some inspired rhetoric in this document. We would line up with substantial parts of it at that level. But we won't be voting for it because not enough of the words match the reality. This council really doesn't fall down on words, it falls down on delivery, on outcomes and on results. And the reality suggests that sometimes you don't believe these words yourself. And just looking at the document, rather than trying to add more fine words to it, looking at the vision, it's a vision we will share and develop, working cooperatively with our residents and partner organisations, but not representing them and putting the political choices in front of this council on this side of the chamber, representing many of the things those other residents and organisations would like to see. On priority one, in the climate change section, it speaks finally about reducing carbon emissions from transport in Cambridge, but based on last week, apparently not prepared to start planning for less car parking in the city centre, nor working with partners on obstacles to switching to electric vehicles. And it talks about reducing consumption of resources, increasing recycling and reducing waste, but based on last week, apparently not prepared to agree to look at food waste collection. It talks about support council services, residents and businesses to thrive and adapt to the impacts of climate change emergency. But based on last week, apparently not to bring onto our agenda a searching discussion about how we can help residents in private buildings insulate their homes. In the section on tackling poverty and inequality, it talks about addressing the high cost of housing, improving housing conditions and reducing homelessness. But it still seems to encompass allowing advertising to be targeted of housing on city council land to the footloose global investment community, wherever the price is highest. It talks about improving health outcomes for people on low incomes, but passing up, apparently, opportunities in North East Cambridge to make a big practical difference to health outcomes. And in the section on priority 3 on housing, it talks about diversifying the housing market, but based on last week, apparently emphatically rejecting a strategy to provide key worker homes, a target that even other Labour councils up and down the country embrace with enthusiasm, including the Mayor of London. On priority 4, it talks about develop collaborative ways of working with our communities and partners, increasing our collective ability to achieve the council's vision and improve the quality of life and well-being of everyone in the city. Great stuff. But yet, last week, rejecting every proposal we made to the council if it wasn't 100% within the council's own control, on the basis it ain't our job, mate. And then on recovery from COVID, it talks about the council leading the recovery and the renewal of the city, bringing partners together to build one Cambridge fair for all, although through collaboration and partnership working. But a few months ago, specifically rejecting proposals to reimagine with the public and partners our city centre as it suffers the contraction of traditional retailing in the high street based on online purchasing. And Mr. Mayor, the thing is represented the point I'm making is represented most by the key indicators. Part of the problem is there are still too many of those. Not outputs. Effort in, not results out. And dare I say it, you feeling you've done enough, but not necessarily the public feeling satisfied. And I think that is what's wrong with it. Why we won't support it, although many of the objectives and many of the words are very fine, and in fact many people in Cambridge could support those, but they're actually looking for some consequence from them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely perfect, Mr. I'm just about to ping the bell. Well done, thank you. Is there any further debate? Please.
Thank you. To me, this corporate strategy offers us more of the same. And that means no matter how well intentioned or indeed well executed the strategy is, we will get the same results. There's a buzzword bingo which cities increasingly use to promote themselves: entrepreneurial, dynamic, creative, vibrant, sustainable. And I'm sure everybody in this room could add more to that list. And I'm sure that many of you would agree with me that these are intrinsically hollow words used to talk up an extractive and an alienating economy. Unfortunately, this corporate strategy embeds that thinking and the system that drives it. It doesn't challenge it. It allows us to pick up the crumbs left over. And this, by the way, is not a criticism of this administration per se. You are, I'm sure, trying to do your best in a situation where you're shortchanged in terms of both funding and meaningful powers, as any administration would be under the current system. But the truth is that our city is experiencing change at a scale and at a pace to which these solutions are inadequate. We talk about the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis, but in a city where 20% of the population moves on every year and 42% of residents now live in private rented accommodation, we are also rapidly heading towards a crisis of belonging and a crisis in our social fabric. My belief is that if we don't advocate now for radical, indeed disruptive change, if we can't even use language to indicate that that's our ambition, then we will continue to be trapped trying to squeeze the least worst options out of a wholly unsatisfactory and unsustainable status quo. James Baldwin said, "Not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it's faced." Now, this is not party political game playing. We need to face what's going on in this city, and we need to resolve to change it radically, together, and well before 2027.
Very much, Councillor Davies. Any more debate? Sorry, Councillor Moore, sorry, missed you.
Thank you. I don't actually quite know how to start with this. I feel I don't know whether I'm even allowed to say it, the dishonesty that we've just heard from that is simply shocking. And I know that we're maybe the members opposite, Councillor Bick, have become used to the outright lies that we're hearing from our government. But it seems a shame that we're now resorting to this here in Cambridge City Council. Last week, we absolutely committed to tackling retrofit. I've just outlined only, I don't know what the time is, but half an hour ago, all of the things that this council are doing. Plus, we didn't just commit ourselves as a principle, we committed in a budget bid for a new officer to work on it alongside the fantastic team of experts that we already have within the council. With regards to waste, again, we are on it. We've got these trials. The trials are in the main, as I said, sorry to repeat myself again, to see whether Amy, the contractor for the county, who are the Waste Disposal Authority, whether they can cope with a separate food waste collection. If we just set up our own separate food waste collection across the city with new bin lorries going around to every single house every week, it would at the moment reduce our emissions as a city. It makes absolutely no sense until the county council have got somewhere for us to deliver that food waste separately. This has been covered. As I say, we've committed just in principle, but with our resources, as has been mentioned, in a time of cuts and a time where we're very stretched.
I had a fine speech last week about working together. And I had to point out to the Liberal Democrats that we do work with the Liberal Democrats. We work with them in South Cambs. Yes, Councillor Beck, if you're not sure of it, we have shared services with South Cambs. We work with the county as well. So we are working with you on these objectives. And you've got an opportunity tonight to say you're standing with the residents of this city in trying to improve a city that's fair for all. So it will be interesting when we go to the vote whether you do the abstain or vote against. Let's hope you vote against this, because as you said earlier, there's a lot of good things in here for the residents. And over the years, the residents have voted for the people to run this city. And like I say, we are working with the Liberal Democrats in South Cambs. We are working on planning. We're working on waste services. We're working with the county as well on everything we can. So again, I refute the accusations you make that we do not work with you. We are working with you. Now is your chance to show you are working with us.
Councillor Shill.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I should say I love this corporate strategy. I think it's fantastic. So I don't know why we're feeling so much negativity from the other side of the chamber, but I just want to focus on key performance indicators. In the submission by Councillor Bick, there was a sustained suggestion that the key performance indicators as we've laid them out are just to do with how good we feel about ourselves and not to do with measuring output, measuring consequences. Well, if members would like to turn to the key performance indicators on page 497, I'll give you a few examples from the four divisions of the corporate strategy. So, risk and priority one, the biodiversity emergency response. We're going to be measuring number of air quality monitoring points exceeding nitrogen dioxide legal limit. We're going to be monitoring kilograms of residual waste per household, the black bin waste. We're going to be, I'm jumping forward to the ones that particularly have interested me recently, percentage of all journeys undertaken by bicycle, public transport on foot. In other words, what are we delivering in terms of the active travel commitment for those who can manage active travel? Number of vehicles, in the number of electric vehicles of the fleet. There's a lot of emphasis on numbers, percentages, kilograms, measurable, inherently measurable things rather than intention. I don't think that doesn't sound like us patting ourselves on the back with how we intend or how we feel. When I think the phrase from Councillor Bick was feeling that we've done enough. Now let's go to poverty and inequality, helping people in the greatest need. Again, I'll just take a few examples. Number of entries to, number of rough sleepers found on the bi-monthly and official annual count. So that's a definite output that we're committing to there. Number of refugees settled and supported. Again, a definite output, not just how we feel about ourselves, but a definite output that we're committing to. Percentage of community council grants allocated to each of the priority themes in the grants round. Again, it's very definite, it's hard and fast. I'm hearing the warning bell. I would just like to make a request to all members of my own team and of the opposition teams, as I've run out of time now, but that's fine. If you would perhaps cast your eyes over priorities 3 and 4, since I've gone over 1 and 2, and just see for yourself whether those key performance indicators that we've set out look like merely patting ourselves on the back and summing up of our intention, or whether you feel that they look like reasonable and decent, plausible measures of output.
I have no further speakers. Councillor Simon Smith, would you like to respond?
Okay. I do see some hands waving, Mr. Mayor. I don't know whether you wish me to carry on or whether you wish to take those.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't take up much of your time. I just wish to say that I will be voting for this statement because I'm looking forward to holding you all of it to it in every single detail. I will just make one comment, which is that I don't think we have one city fair for all. I think we have several Cambridges, and there is a huge gulf between Arbury, King's Hedges and Abbey and the rest of the city. Our wards are still being left outside any recovery and are falling further behind the city. So I'd ask you to add one key performance indicator to the corporate statement, and that is to measure the impact on the inequality within the city on everything you do. And I'd be happy to work to devise some practical ways of assessing that. Thank you.
Well done, thank you for that. I have a microphone back now. Councillor Smart. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to speak, Chair. I was just pointing out, by the way, apologies for being late this evening. Pointing out that somebody else wanted to speak, that was all.
Okay, thank you for that. In that case, are we all done before I mention Councillor Anna Smith's name again? We're all done. Councillor Anna Smith, the floor is yours.
Okay. Isn't it? I mean, more of the same. I mean, when that same says that we have and will continue having a massively ambitious council house building strategy, when that same says that we will continue to do huge amounts of work to support the most vulnerable in our city, providing substantial funds to do so, when that same says that we will make huge investments in retrofitting homes and reducing the emissions of our council-owned buildings, when that same says that we will commit to a radical modernisation plan so that we are resilient against any changes, we hope, that will come ahead. Well, if that's more of the same, then yeah, okay, it's more of the same, but I think it's a very good same to be maintaining. Now, that doesn't mean that we are complacent, anything but. The reason that we have our vision statement as one Cambridge Fair for all is not because we think we have it, but because we won't rest until we have it. And that is a huge difference. And we know how ambitious that is. And we could moderate that down to something easier to achieve, but we will not do that. And we will not rest until that is achieved. To kind of hear a rehash of the same discussions we had last time, and to feel the need to say again, a budget line is not the same as an action. Now, Councillor Moore has articulately set out some examples of that, and I'm going to just set out one more in the time I have, which is the amendment around the housing company. Now, we are looking to find ways of increasing the stock of that company to 250 homes. And those on a reduced income who needs it, absolutely including workers. And for me, sensibly and practically, it is completely disingenuous to say that we have refused to provide key worker housing. Utterly disingenuous. Now, people who know me will know I am largely quite a positive person. So I'm sure now I've made that clear. We see a big banner across any leaflet saying that Cambridge City Council is refusing to house key workers. Because quite frankly, I think people in Cambridge would just see through that. But it's an enormous shame that we have to kind of get to that level of discourse, in my opinion. Now, I'm really glad, Councillor Bennett, that you are going to support this and that you seek to hold us to account on it. We are very willing to be held to account on this corporate plan. I'm really proud of this plan that we've put together. We have a huge amount to do. We will not go into this with a sense of complacency, but a sense that we wish to serve our community to the very, very best of our abilities, and we will work right across the city to ensure we can do that. So I commend this plan to the Chamber this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. In that case, then, I will now go to the vote. All those in favour, please show.
Okay. I'll make that 25.
Thank you. And
I saw you.
those against? Abstentions, please.
Oh, God, here we go.
I'll make that 7.
Okay, thank you very much for that, members. I now takes us to agenda item 6, recommendations of licensing committee review of statement of gambling principles. The recommendation is set out on page 501 of the agenda. Is there any debate? Councillor Moore.
Thought it needed introduction, but if it doesn't, then that's fine.
By all means, love you to introduce it if you'd like
It's
to.
fine if it doesn't.
You've lost your chance. Is there any debate? Okay, in that case then, I have nothing to, I chaired that meeting, I have nothing to say about that. I was just chairing that as vice chair in Councillor Bird's absence. If there is no debate, there are no comments to make, in that case I'll go directly to the vote. All those in favour?
That's unanimous, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Agenda item 6B, recommendations of Civic Affairs Committee, appointed persons, arrangements for the appointment of external auditor, recommendations set out on pages 6 to 5 of the agenda. Is there any debate? Councillor Sargent?
I'd like to commend this, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. All those in favour of this item?
Okay, thank you, that's unanimous.
Thank you very much. That takes us to agenda item 6C, recommendation Civic Affairs Committee draft pay policy statement 22-23. Recommendation is set out on pages 637 of the agenda. Updated information on national pay awards is included in the information pack on page 9 and 10, along with an amendment submitted by Councillor Bick, which is on page 11 of the information pack. Councillor Bick, did you have a seconder for that? Thank you. Is there any debate? Oh, I thought you were going to do that.
You don't move recommendations.
Apparently it's fine. Apparently it's fine. You can just speak.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Apologies, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, too. Mr. Mayor, I'm speaking not to raise any issue with the recommendations in respect of the pay policy statement itself, which to me seems sensible. I want to speak about the decision which the Civic Affairs Committee took as part of the same item on their agenda, which is reported on page 637 in little 4 and little 5. The subject is the performance review of the Chief Executive and the Directors, where the politically proportionate cross-party body which has been carrying out those senior performance reviews is proposed to be disbanded. Part of the report that the committee had in front of them on this item, on this part of their decisions is on page 642. Discussions that are reported in paragraph 5.3, which led to the proposal for change, these were discussions prior to the Civic Affairs Committee, were all with Labour members in a way which is quite inappropriate for a matter of council governance to be dealt with at a regulatory committee. I was informed that discussion had taken place and the die was cast, and it was made clear to me that it was. The opposite were full of apologies at the committee about this afterwards, but had no compunction in driving forward regardless with what is their plan and only their plan. Mr. Mayor, on matters of this kind, It's undesirable for the council, and particularly the office holders concerned, if changes like this are not achieved by consensus across this chamber. There has explicitly been no attempt to achieve that before or subsequently. I have served on the performance review panel for 10 years. I have observations of my own about what works well and what could be improved, and there are definitely aspects that could be. I have not been asked, and members might find common ground if actually that happened, but it hasn't. Both the panel and the committee which selects and recruits directors and chief executives, they are brother and sister committees doing a similar sort of thing, both have, in my experience, worked uniformly collaboratively and constructively on a cross-party basis, with the worthwhile achievement of common and mutual understanding and shared ownership of the process and the outcomes. That trust and confidentiality succeeds in keeping appointments and performance of officers out of the political conflict where they could all too easily be drawn in. And this is important because of the significant delegations, the chief executive and the directors, which sit in our constitution, and the fact that without a deputy chief executive role, each of the directors is called on to perform that role. Mayor, it's important because it correctly reflects the important legal distinction between the civil service, which is responsible only to the government of the majority party in Parliament, and local government officers who are responsible to the whole of the council like this. I hope this isn't another incidence of the lazy argument that other councils do it another way, so must we. This report does not produce any freestanding logic for change, only that a group of Labour councillors thought it would be a good idea. Mr. Mayor, I have more to say, but I realise time is up, so I will sit down.
Councillor Porro, do you wish to speak now?
I'll reserve, please, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Is there any... Councillor Davey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And if I can start off by saying a few words about 360-degree appraisals, which I think is at the core of this proposal. No, it is. Councillor Beck, thank you. You've had your chance. A 360-degree appraisal asks colleagues, peers and partners their view on the person being appraised. It therefore gives the line manager a better idea and a better picture of the performance of the individual being appraised. It also means that the person being appraised is less subject to subjective view of the line manager. I think the key point in this about 360 is this is not a new model. This is not something unusual. When I was still an officer in the county council, which is now a long, long time ago, I was both doing 360-degree appraisals and also subject to 360-degree appraisals because it was a good system and it was one that I believe is long overdue here. Councillor Bix raised concern about the process. The situation actually does not take away cross-party oversight of the chief executive or his staff. It actually enhances it. What you get here is that in addition to Councillor Bick, Councillor Bennett will be immediately involved in the process. So it's not that Councillor Bick will be taken away from the process, he will still have his opportunity to be involved. Not only that, it should go way beyond the City Council. The Chief Executive will be appraised and have 360-degree appraisals from people outside. That will be agreed between Councillor Smith and the Chief Executive, but I would be absolutely astonished if that doesn't include South Cambridgeshire District Council as the strategic partner in the shared services, and the County Council, both of which, if I'm not mistaken, have leaders from the Liberal Democratic Party. So I would be astonished, therefore, to hear notions that we're trying to politicize the process, whereas in fact, the upshot of this would be the complete reverse. Why I'm asking the Council to reject the amendment is because this is a better system. It's as simple as that. This is long overdue and needs to be implemented. It's a better system for managing staff. It's more enhancing. It will give us better outcomes. When discussed at Civic Affairs, I did invite Councillor Bick to make proposals. None have come forward. What you've done, Councillor Bick, is to offer to delay implementing a better system. Unfortunately, that's the situation we're in. I would ask again, though, if once we've implemented it, please come forward with proposals and we will listen to them, not to delay implementing a better system. If we did delay, if we did follow the amendment, we would be keeping the existing system in place, which is not a good system. We therefore would argue that you reject the amendment and therefore implement the system, which is an improvement on what we already have. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. I have no other persons on my list, unless I've missed somebody again this time. No, all clear. Councillor Sargent, I have missed. Sorry. Did you want to speak now? I was going to ask Councillor Mike Sargent, but if you wish to speak now, that's absolutely fine. You don't. So did you wish to speak now? So you've got to speak now, or Councillor Sargent. Sorry, that was my mistake. So it's your turn first. So that's my mistake of the evening. I'm not going to make another one, all right?
I have a microphone that works now. Apologies, Mr. Mayor. So I wish to speak in support of our amendment because I do feel it's a really important principle that our directors and chief execs are scrutinised by a cross-party group. I feel this really strongly, but in particular for our own council, which is rightly proud of our democratic structures, and we shouldn't abandon these, particularly without any consultation, and end up in a situation where the leader reviews the chief executive ultimately alone, and the chief exec alone reviews directors. I appreciate Councillor Davies' points about 360 appraisal. I agree with you, but actually if you read this, the final decision now rests with one person from one party, and that worries me. I should be clear, I actually genuinely have no doubt that the current leader and the current chief exec, despite being, in Councillor Smith's case, a different political persuasion to me, would ever wish to abuse this process. It's not about that for me. As you know, I was on the cross-party group that appointed our current chief executive, and I think that proves that it works well. And I'm proud to be a member of this chamber, and I don't have concerns about the current incumbents in any way. However, this change will remain in place permanently. I know, again, Councillor Davies said, well, it will be Lib Dems from South Callans. I hope it will be for a long time, but we don't know any parties change in the future. I hope not in that case, but obviously we don't know. So this reminds me of some of the poor practice that I've been trying to get rid of in institutions across the country when I'm working on the equalities front with one person, can often be a white male, reviewing the performance and pay of colleagues with no oversight or guarantee of alternative views. I know that Councillor Herbert, Councillor Smith, Councillor Collis, Councillor Thornborough and others sat with me on ESOC, which is the committee we use to appoint our chief executive. And I have to say that genuinely, it was one of the most enjoyable cross-party committees I've ever sat on. It was inspiring to watch all of us working together, committed for the best result of our council, and it didn't matter what our political colours were. And this is, I think, the same for the Chief Officer Review Working Party, which, as Councillor Bick says, is so closely related. I'm really unhappy about Section 5. It claims that group leaders, which I welcome, the addition of all our group leaders, will be consulted. But given that nobody consulted on it before it came to civic affairs, what trust have I got that the Green Independent Group or ourselves will be involved? We're not adverse to any change in this process, and in fact, are very happy to contribute, but this should have been discussed and debated properly and not forced through with apologies afterwards. We can't have a situation where one councillor holds all the cards and sits in judgment over a chief executive whose role demands that he or she may need to challenge the leader. This is the kind of thing I hear on Radio 4 when I hear the current incumbents in Westminster gradually chipping away at the cross-party things, and I don't like it, and I think we're better than that. If you let this pass, there will be no formal weight given to cross-party views and no way of absolutely guaranteeing it. And at some point, the ruling group may find themselves in our position, in opposition, and without any influence. So I feel that cross-party representation is the only fair and right way to move forward. So I'd urge you to support our amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pora. Councillor Sargent, it is now, in fact, your turn. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We've had this, I think, for 20 years, and it does, sorry, I don't know why it's so loud, but never mind, I'm getting feedback on here. And doesn't reflect the massive changes we've had in this council over the last certainly 10 years, longer than that really, with all the partnership working we've now got, how much we influence what's happening elsewhere in the area, how we're drawn into a whole range of other organisations. And it's not appropriate for us just to narrowly look at the performance of the chief executive on the basis of a relatively small group of councillors from this council when we're not formally engaging with all the other partners that we work with across the area. So I do not support the amendment, and I commend the recommendation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. In that case, I'll now go to the vote on the amendment. All those in favour of that amendment, please show.
I'll make that. That's 9.
And those against?
$21.
I think that means there are no abstentions, but I will. Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. Sorry. 1 abstention. 2 abstentions.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. 2.
Okay, thank you.
2.
That means the amendment is not carried, so I'll now go to the vote on the recommendations. All those in favour of the recommendation, please show.
I'll make that 30. I'll make that 30.
And any against? And abstentions, please.
I'll make that 3.
Thank you very much, everyone. So that takes us now to agenda item 6D. We now turn to recommendation of Civic Affairs Committee amendment to Constitution Part 4A. Protocol on media relations. The recommendation is set out on page 653 of the agenda. Is there any debate on this item? Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Apologies for speaking straight away. Just a quick query. I think in general we're supportive of this. We understand with the news cycle, 24-hour news and et cetera, this is important. Oops, excuse me, I'm just getting my papers in the right place. I think I just wanted to check with confirmation that with this new media protocol, is the current system in effect remaining in place? That means when the press release goes out, we will still have opposition, the relevant spokes listed with their contact details in the same way. It's not, I'm assuming that is the case, but I'd just like it to be confirmed and minuted if that's the case, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. Is somebody like to respond to that? Oh, Councillor Sargent, please.
I'm informed that the opposition spokes will also be included in the press release. Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you. In that case then, Councillor Sargent, have you anything else to add? Okay, thank you very much. In that case, I'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
That's unanimous.
Thank you very much, everyone. That takes us to agenda item 6E, member allowance scheme. Committee, sorry, I lost my place. Member allowance scheme virtual area committee on page 667 of the agenda. Please note that the updated allowance scheme on page 13 of the information pack illustrates the implications of the Civic Affairs Committee recommendations if adopted. And the recommendations are on page 669. Is there any debate? Councillor Bick.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a couple of comments on this recommendation. First one is to say that we agree with the recommendations on the next round of area committees, continuing virtually. I think some of them have started already. Secondly, to note the report of the Independent Remuneration Panel and to thank them for their work. I thought that their report this time was a particularly thoughtful one, and I think it raised some suggestions that are worthy of consideration on all sides and following through and further discussing. But Mr. Mayor, the really important thing to note is that what we are being asked to vote for here is not the recommendation of the Independent Remuneration Panel. Because of the way it was amended at Civic Affairs, it is Labour members having given evidence to the independent panel and seen some increases in their allowance as a result, deciding to go back for some more and voting it through with a long amendment which other members hadn't seen until they arrived at the Civic Affairs Committee. This comes across, to my mind, as rather bad taste, rather poor leadership versus our staff and the public at large, and it's particularly so at this time. We ourselves have some outstanding issues of our own with the recommendations of the independent panel report, but we aren't going to detain the council with them this evening. This isn't the place. We feel we've invested faith in the independent panel, and wrongly it appears that others had too, specifically to avoid risking political power and self-interest overriding what is fair. We all had a chance to put our points to the panel. We did so in good faith and believe that it's right to accept the results. This feels to us to be another example of the new regime leading this council, operating the council, ignoring the checks and balances and conventions and running it like a one-party state. We have never taken an easy populist view of councillors' pay on this side, but this situation of waiting for the independent panel and then adding a dollop on top needs fixing, or it will be a politicised issue of power just grabbing. We will abstain today and are interested to know from the other side how you're going to get your shop in order so that the independent panel has proper force in dealing independently with how councillors are remunerated.
Thank you. Councillor Deal. Did you okay. Councillor Bennett there. I've got you on the list as well, Councillor Bennett, don't worry. Put it out amongst yourselves, I don't mind which one speaks first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't particularly want to say anything about the members, but I did want to say something about the excellent supplementary recommendations made by the Independent Remuneration Panel. As I look around this chamber, I see many young faces. I see many councillors who have other involvements apart from being a councillor, who have careers, who have extensive voluntary commitments, who are carers, and who are parents. And I'd like that situation to continue and for us to continue to be a representative body. And in order for that to continue, I think we need to see some action on the supplementary recommendations made by the committee in terms of managing council's workload and ensuring that our time is used efficiently. And I look forward to seeing implementation. Just have to shout a bit. And I look forward to joining a cross-party review team to see how we can implement those proposals and continue to protect our diversity as a councillor base enters our city. And I apologise for the sound effects.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Pora, did you indicate to speak? So I've got a lot of things in front of me. I haven't got a very good sight line of everyone. And Councillor Herbert.
Briefly, Mr. Mayor. I listened intently to Councillor Bick's contribution, but I didn't actually hear any disagreement. I think there is a wisdom in the panel we've got, and we're very fortunate. But that doesn't stop there being an opportunity to make what are pretty minor changes. And I think that was why Councillor Bick didn't have much to say on the matter. So it may be an issue of principle for Councillor Bick, but I don't think that the changes that were made are actually very visible or actually very significant. In terms of Councillor Bennett's contribution, I thought it was, I think as several of us who talked to the panel, they were definitely concerned about different parts of the council in terms of councillors and the obstacles. It's with deep regret that the government, deep regret, it's also, it's kind of a situation which the government has done nothing to actually reshape either, which doesn't stop us doing what we can. We are better in an age diversity than most councils. The further inequality that we have no diversity of great diversity on ethnicity, and we clearly we have massive obstacles to people who are care. We very rarely have active children on this council, and we have very few people who are disabled. So I fully support the value of there being, and I'm sure my colleagues do, the value of there being a discussion, because some of the changes that we can make aren't costly. Some of them may require us to redistribute funds and what we do. So we do need to not just retain a relative age diversity, but we have to go a lot further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have nobody else on my list. And Councillor Deal, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I hadn't planned to speak, but just to come back on the comment around materiality, I would just note the importance of precedent. And I think one of the things that we as a council, we need to be very careful about, as Councillor Porrer indicated earlier as well, is we are setting precedents that could be used in the future by others. And the importance of the independent panel in setting these things really does breed confidence in our system. And I think it would be regrettable, it is regrettable really, that we appear to be stepping away from that. Thank you.
Is there any further debate? In that case, Councillor Sargent, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I, like Councillor Bennett, am very pleased by the work that the remuneration panel did when they stepped outside of addressing just the allowances, because there are many issues which mean that members have very difficult work-life balances, well, work, council and life balances, of course. And I believe the recommendations they've identified will help us to move forward, along with the parental leave policy, which we hopefully will be adopting this year. But when we looked at the recommendations in terms of allowances, we did note, for instance, that a portfolio holder who was also a deputy leader would be pretty much getting the same allowance, for instance, as the leader of the council, which is obviously not what we should be having. Pointed out to the remuneration panel, they likewise realised that. In fact, their first recommendation was for the deputy leader with a portfolio would have a higher allowance than the leader of the council. And it's only when we pushed the point that they reduced it, but we still felt the gap was too narrow. So in that respect, we had to make adjustments. We also were concerned, because it hadn't really been picked up, but it was flagged up to us, that members of the licensing subcommittee were getting allowances for attending 4 meetings a year, and I've been on licensing sub, and it's usually about half a day, while members on planning and also on the Joint Development Control Committee were getting no allowance, which is patently not fair. We were also concerned in the report that although the panel recognised that we are not a typical council, in terms of district councils, because we've obviously got a combined authority, which is very unusual for a district council, and we've also got a city deal. They were going to park that issue for a further 4 years. And the workload of being in the situation we are, where, for instance, a lot of our work is on things like the city deal, for instance, and all the schemes across the city, where residents are contacting us, we're participating in local liaison forums and the like. We didn't think it would be right for it to be, I think, of the order of 10 years from when we signed the city deal to when there might be some acknowledgement of the fact that responsibility than district councillors do generally, and certainly all the district councils that we were benchmarked against. So that's why we've asked the remuneration panel to carry out an urgent review and come back with a recommendation which would be backdated for the coming 22-23 year, so that you know, it recognises at long last the extra burden on councillors in this city. So I recommend the proposal in front of you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. In that case, then, that takes us to the vote. All those in favour?
Make that 23.
And those against? And abstentions, please.
So I'll make that 7.
Councillor Smart.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Force of habit, I put my hand up with the Labour members, but I meant to abstain, so I voted twice accidentally. But I abstained from the vote because I get some money out of the deal, so I thought I shouldn't really be voting for it. Thanks. Is that clear, Gary? Sorry. Apologise.
Okay, so everyone's benefit, that will be 22, 1, 7. Okay? Sorry, 2208. I've got it.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's an appropriate place to take a break before we go to oral questions. And on our return, as we have Councillor Bird, my first item will be what would have been item 7 anyway. So now it's back to item 7. Thank you very much. Shall we say 20 minutes? Would that be suffice for everybody? Sorry? 20. Any advance on 25? I'm told 20 minutes then. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are now going to revert to the agenda as was first published. So item 7 will strangely now come off directly after item 6. I know, it's a strange world, isn't it? So item 7, resolution of thanks to Councillor Bird for mayoral year 2019 to May 2020. So I'm not quite sure who's going to move this resolution. Is it me? Oh, it looks like it is. Okay. No, that's fine. Surprises are fine. We like surprises. I think Councillor Pora will second. Thank you so much. But this council expresses its appreciation of the manner in which the duties of mayor were discharged by Councillor Bird and her consort, Alan. I do happen to have a few notes here, which was quite lucky, wasn't it? So, it seems a very long time ago now, Jerry, doesn't it? Lots has happened to ourselves and in the world. But just as a quick recap, you took office on the 11th of January 2019 at the sad passing of our friend Councillor Nigel Gawthorpe, who we should always remember. And that was a sad occasion for you to have to take over, and everyone felt that very keenly. But you stepped in immediately, and the thing that struck me, and I think lots of people in the chamber, was that you worked really hard from January to May to make that mayoralty as Nigel would have wanted it. You carried on in the same way that he would have done, and obviously with the same charities, but you made it struck me you made a real effort there to carry on exactly as Nigel would have wanted, and I know that Jenny always appreciated that. In May 2019, only a few months after that, you were then elected to take what would have been your chair anyway, and so you carried on as mayor. But you had lots of obstacles to overcome, and I do know that. Your term started with the sad passing of Nigel, but also carried on with what was the worst pandemic in world history almost, certainly in living memory. So you took that office in ended that office in a very difficult time, but you still had hundreds of engagements. But one of the things that struck me, because I was your deputy, I learned an awful lot. I won't mention places, but you will remember that we went to at least 3 places, and 2 of which really stick in my mind, that had little or no disabled access whatsoever. And the only way to get to the venue, dear friends, was this. It was a really prestigious occasion, and the only way that we could actually get there, because those people who are in charge of that venue, and I won't tell you anything about it because it will point them out, and I don't think that's fair, actually made no provision for a wheelchair. And we ended up going round in a huge circle through 2 kitchens to try and get there. Then when we actually got to the dining room, we found there was 3 steps there, and we couldn't get up those either. And that was before we even got in there. Life is very difficult, Jerry, isn't it, on those fronts? It taught me an awful lot, and the work that we have to do in the city to help people who don't find it quite as easy to access buildings as others do. And ever since then, I've always looked at buildings in a completely new way, because it taught me some stuff. And we definitely need to work harder about that. On top of that, I believe, I think I've got the date right, October 2019, you went to the House of Lords, didn't you? That was October 2019, wasn't it? Yeah, Jerry went to the House of Lords, and there are new members here who won't remember, who won't know about this probably. But Jerry was one of 100 people to be voted one of the most influential people, disabled people in the country, for the work that she'd done and the support that she'd given to disabled people in this city. So she went to the House of Lords and collected a special award for that. And if I'd thought about it, if I'd said to you before, I didn't want to spoil it, you perhaps could have brought that award. Maybe on another occasion, it would be nice for you to bring it and let members see. So that was a really prestigious event, and everyone was dead proud of you to actually see what you'd achieved. And I know you've got a lot of press coverage, and lots of people in the city stood up and basically applauded you wherever you went. And I was at one of those venues when that happened, and I thought that was really lovely. But I think we're all sorry it's taken so long to actually give you this vote of thanks, because it does seem a very long time ago. But however, it's no less heartfelt for that. It's circumstances, pandemic, other things have happened to you personally have made it quite difficult to actually present this to you. But I know everybody in this chamber doesn't believe it's no less worthy of that, simply because time has passed. And I think that the job you did, the work you did, the outstanding contribution for disabled people in this city, and I said you taught me a lot, looking at buildings and accesses in a different way, getting that out into the public. And I shall never forget your attempt at the Mill Road Winter Fair. I've never seen anybody in a wheelchair attempt to hook up and in actual fact pull on their own a 500-gallon fire appliance water tender. I have to say I do have a very good picture of that. I won't say how successful it was, but it was a very good try. It's a 500-gallon of water plus engine weighs quite a bit. So, but there's a cracking picture of that. So, Jerry, it is with heartfelt thanks that we would like to present you with a token of the Council's esteem. But before we do that, I would ask Councillor Pora to speak on her behalf.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. That was a very impressive speech. So again, I wanted to speak for the Liberal Democrat group, as Jerry, Councillor Bird, was the mayor when I was first elected, nearly 3 years ago, and has also sat with me on various committees during my first year, in person, which was allowed then. We might remember that in the distant past. So I remember speaking to her after the first council meeting here, when we had a sort of reception, and her being absolutely lovely and welcoming to me as a very new and very nervous councillor, not on the same political group as her. But she was really lovely and made me really feel part of, I'm really glad to be in the Guildhall with everybody. I have to say my young daughter is a big fan still. We met Jerry at Parker's Peace at the big weekend shortly after I was elected. Jerry was lovely, chatting away to her, showing off your chain of office, as you do to all the people you meet, but particularly the kids. I think it's really important for them to see a positive role model, female person using a wheelchair, as our mayor. I think that's so important. You even let my daughter keep the cardboard crown you were wearing that was made from the recycled paper that Streets and Open Spaces have made you, which we took home and decorated, and we still have, I would like to say. I nearly brought it in tonight, but I thought it shouldn't really be me putting the crown on it. It should be you. So Emily, my daughter still remembers you, you know, and still always waves if we see you. And I know that you've done the same for so many other people around the city. It's a great example of how a mayor should be, you know, welcoming, friendly, and with a very good memory as well. Jerry, as our mayor, was also very supportive. I brought a local nursery school into the chamber, again, in the days when we were allowed to do that, before lockdown. As you know, I think many of us feel very strongly that the more young people we get involved in seeing local government, the better chance it gives everyone to understand that we're human, we're friendly, and despite our political differences, we work together for the best outcomes for the city. Jerry was ably assisted by Sam and was a wonderful host, turning up in full regalia with the chain, and we had the mace out and we showed the children that, and they sat in the chamber. And I was really proud, actually, to do that with the mayor, Jerry, because I think that was a really good role model for those children, answering all their questions, talking about the history of Cambridge, so thank you for that. As I said, I think I was proud to have a mayor of our city, a female role model, and as Jerry said herself in her original address to council, from a non-traditional background and a passionate advocate for equalities and in particular disability rights. And you have been a positive role model. And I know that when I sit on committees like planning, I really try and think, what would Jerry say? You know, because I think we all do that. because it's really important and it's brought it to the forefront of everybody's mind. So therefore, I think our group would very much like to thank everyone join everyone across the chamber in thanking Councillor Bird for her time in office as our mayor. Thank you.
I just say beforehand that democracy says we have to show our support formally for Jerry Bird, which it's a bit silly really, but we have to go through the motion. So can we all raise our hands to show our support for Jerry? Well done, Jerry. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, photos. Can we get songs as well?
Am I allowed to say just a quick word? Yeah, okay. Can I say thank you very much for your kind words? And I have to say it was a pleasure to be the Mayor of Cambridge, and twice. I shall never forget it. I've got my history book of all the events I've done. I've got every single bit of paperwork. So that will be handed down in time, may become something special, I don't know, we'll wait and see. But thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, everyone. That was very pleasant. Thank you, Jerry. I'm still learning. That takes us to agenda item 8, oral questions, which starts on page 17 of your information pack. This item will last a maximum of 30 minutes. The Executive Councillor, Chair or nominee will have up to 2 minutes to reply. The questioner will then have 2 minutes to put a supplementary question to seek clarification of the response to the original question. The Executive Councillor, Chair or nominee will have a further 2 minutes to reply to the supplementary question. At the conclusion of 30 minutes, those who have questions have not been answered may provide a written answer to the member who put that question. I believe Councillor Bick has the first question.
Question 1, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bick. In response to your question, we're not aware of any extensive overseas marketing of the new private housing on the council-owned sites at Cromwell Road and Mill Road, although we are aware of the recent YouTube video promoting the sites, along with others. This was unauthorised and not commissioned by KIP, and the sales manager at KIP has been attempting to get it removed. In the interest of transparency, though, it's important to let you know that we did do 2 promotional events looking to see if we could find purchasers in. We are conscious of the, in advance of the potential, we were aware in advance of the potential of investment purchases being taken. But as Councillor Bick will no doubt be aware, this is very difficult to prevent, particularly if the first purchaser then resells. Sales are therefore restricted on both sites to individual purchasers rather than bulk sales. And we have agreed a guide level of 25% sales to overseas buyers. Your question, though, does give me the opportunity to update the Council on the tremendous success of the KIP developments on both Mill Road and Cromwell Road. At Ironworks, we are now near completion of the 236 homes that were going to be built, 118 council homes, and of the sales, 107 sales now of the 118 available. At the Timberworks Cromwell Road site, 295 homes, again 118 council, and so far of the 177 available, there have been 100 sales. This demonstrates, I think, innovative practice by a local council, showing what we can do both to bring in income at times of austerity and at the same time commit to meeting the housing needs of those most vulnerable within the city. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bick, supplementary?
Yes, Mayor. Members should put in Timberworks or Ironworks online and just look at who is promoting the private house sales. The idea that it's not extensive is really not borne out by a simple Google search. And they should see how it's being done and who is doing it and where. And for Councillor Ashton's benefit, this is City Council land developed by a City Council partnership under a Labour Council. And whether it's the Asia Bankers Club, 2+ Properties, Ashton Hawks or Sky International, they're all based in Hong Kong and the Far East, a long way from local housing need, which is here. Nothing wrong with foreign buyers, of course. There are many of them living in Cambridge today, and they're obviously most welcome. In few places is diversity and openness more welcome. But the point here is about the distance of the marketing effort. That indicates a particular purpose of housing being treated as a financial asset, not as a place to live. If you watch the videos and read the websites, it very clearly all boils down to carefully tabulated spreadsheets and graphs, calculations of financial return and capital appreciation. It's about keeping prices high and higher, not about providing homes for people of any nationality who want to live where they work here in Cambridge. And it's surely not in support of what this council believes in, is it? From embedded brochures, the filming inside the show apartments, and the claims of exclusivity of marketing, it's clear that this is happening with the agreements and connivance of the developer. But as the developer is 50% this council through the Cambridge Investment Partnership, could the Executive Councillor tell us whether he has agreed this marketing strategy? And I was a bit unclear, it sounded like he had, with our private partner Hill. And if he hasn't, what has he done to stop it? Is he aware of some central London councils who have succeeded in getting a complete private developer to embark on only local marketing strategies to prevent just what we're seeing here? And good on them. And I'm finding myself quite bewildered by the answer given earlier.
Thank you, Councillor Bick. It always helps if you ask a question, if you listen to the answer, because all I'm going to do is reiterate what I just said. This is not done with connivance or construction of support of this City Council, in addition to our partners KIP. As I said before, the site has been, we are aware of the issues concerned, and we've tried to take steps to remove them. There have been 2 specific events that have taken place online looking at private purchases, not businesses. And again, I can only reiterate what I've just said. The aim is that there will be no bulk purchase, and that it'll be done by individual purchases. And of that, Councillor Bick, it's pointless you shaking your head. Either you ask a question and I answer it, or you just carry on. And therefore, that would again back to Councillor Moore's point earlier on. It is pointless us giving you answers if you just ignore and think you stick to your version of the truth. I can only reiterate, this is not being done with the connivance or collusion of this City Council or with our partners KIP. There is a limit to 25% of overseas purchases. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, councillors. Question number 2 goes to Councillor Bajan, I believe. Oh, Sarah Bajan, I'm sorry. I forgot there was 2 for a second there.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bajan, for your question. As we all know, the council plays a very active role within the city's Food Poverty Alliance. We're long-term supporters of a whole range of food justice programmes. That includes holiday hunger projects, it includes food hubs, it includes emergency food aid. What we saw over the first few months of the pandemic, when I think back to being stood most days in CRC counting batches of meals ready to go out for delivery, and I know Councillor Sam Davis found me there on one occasion and I'd completely lost count and she had to help me. That was only possible because of the massive team effort of the Food Poverty Alliance. I mean, thank goodness that we did have that network in place, because it's been quite literally a lifesaver for a lot of residents across the city. We intend to continue our support. Over the past few months, we've allocated over £100,000 of our COVID funding to support those food programmes and initiatives across the city. The work now has to be about moving beyond focusing on food poverty and about building food justice. It's about the long term, and it's about building that resilience in communities that we want to see. So we will be, with all members of the Food Poverty Alliance, exploring the Right to Food campaign and what that might look like for us here in Cambridge. If it's going to work for us, it needs to be about listening to communities and to the organisations who are involved in this work day in, day out, because they are the people that know, and hopefully that will be an event in May this year. I look forward to the next steps. Thank you.
Have you supplementary?
No supplementary, thank you.
Thank you very much. That takes me to question number 3, Councillor Sargent.
Yeah, question 3, you're right.
Well, thank you for your question, Councillor Sargent. And you're right, because it's actually really useful to come back to these awards and see what's achieved once the money's been granted. So as a context, every award made is monitored against the activity and outcomes detailed in the grant agreements to make sure the funding makes a real difference to city residents. And I wondered how best to feed this back in the couple of minutes I have. So what I'm going to do is just share a couple of case studies, and I have changed the names in these. So here's one from our monitoring report on the support that we gave to the Money Advice Centre for the work they do on debt advice. And they said, John is a great guy whose world fell apart a few years ago before he came to the Money Advice Centre in late 2019 with a huge folder of old debt letters. It took him a huge amount of courage to come to us, and it took us in the region of 100 hours of time and effort to work out who he owed and what. He had over 40 debts which we needed to trace and find. We mention his story to show the tenacity and skill of our volunteers who took this case into lockdown and were able to find and list all the debts. In a few more months, John will become debt-free. He's turned his life around, and we are thrilled to have been part of making that possible for him. It's wonderful to know that these old debts that he could never afford to pay will no longer be hanging over him. And I've got a couple other examples, but looking at the time, this is the report on the Meadows Children and Family Wing funding, where we gave $30,000 for a family support project. The staff at the family wing all took us, this is from from someone they helped, under their wing when it was without doubt the hardest and most gruelling 18 to 24 months that we had to endure. And I can't finish all this, so I'm just going to say the last bit. I do not think we will be here today with a happily ever after ending. You've all done more for us than what we could have ever wished for. So I would read more if I had time, but I think that gets me to my 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, is there sorry, Mike, is there
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad you found your train back. Thank you, Councillor Smith. I'm really proud that when we took control back in 2014, we've significantly narrowed down the criteria for community grants and aim very much on reducing social or economic inequality. Perhaps you'd just like to comment on how you think community grants are part of delivering One Cambridge Fair for All, the vision of Cambridge City Council and Cambridge Labour.
Thank you, and it's interesting because we've already had this touched on this evening, because Cambridge is, by all sorts of reckoning, the most unequal city in the country. So it might feel that it's really overambitious to say that we want to create One Cambridge Fair for All, but I think that's why we have to keep focusing on that vision, because it is ambitious. And if creating a fair and equal city was easy, we'd have achieved it by now and moved on to something else, but it isn't, and we're going to have to keep working on it. And I think, for me, the community grants are absolutely the centre of that, and there are very few district councils which put the amount of money that the City Council here puts into community grants. It's something I am immensely proud of, that we have held that funding year after year in very difficult times. And because of the way that we insist that those applications really meet those core anti-poverty and health and well-being and community development criteria, it means that there are countless individuals who have been helped through it. And when I requested some supporting evidence on the monitoring reports to answer this question, I received pages of examples like the two that I was able briefly to read out of changes made to lives of young people, older people, families, people that needed that support. They just needed a bit of help along the way sometimes, or they needed development in skills. And I think one of the things that that grants programme does, it works with an amazing group of partner organisations, and it works directly with individuals. And I think that's really powerful. And Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask if you might just allow me 10 or 20 more seconds to say that the person responsible for helping us administer the community grants programme for so many years, Jackie Hanson, is about to retire. And I'm sure that all of us in the chamber would want to send our very best wishes and thanks to Jackie for the absolutely amazing work she has done to serve our community. So thank you for indulging me with that slightly longer time, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that, Councillor Smith. That was well said. Can that be reflected in the minutes? The councillor's thanks to Jackie. Thank you. That takes us to question 4, which I think now goes to Councillor Houck.
Yes, Councillor Flaubert has unfortunately lost her connection to the internet, so I will ask for question 4 on her behalf, which I'm sure she would do if she was here.
Thank you very much.
Well, I'd like to thank Councillor Flaubert for bringing this question. The Shared Planning Service, working with officers within Streets and Open Spaces team and Executive Councillor Collis, on behalf of Cambridge City Council, have made very strong statements to the public examination for the proposals for Cambridge South Station. This included objecting to the proposals for a number of reasons, including concerns about the implications on Hobson's Park. As a result of substantial engagement and the Council's objection, the promoters of the station made a number of amendments to the proposals aimed at reducing the impacts of the construction phase and ensuring that the final post-construction mitigation proposals met our own biodiversity and recreation objectives. So I'm very pleased that our officers were therefore able to remove their objections to the proposals for this important project and advise the examination process that, subject to commitments that have been given being secure, that the council were able to support the important infrastructure project of the city. But we will continue to monitor the application and the park, which is such an important city space.
Well timed. Thank you. So I'm guessing there won't be a supplementary this time round on question 4.
Thanks for the response, and we hope, of course, to work constructively cross-party on this with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And Councillor, question 5 will now go to Councillor Bajan, as Councillor Gorthrope-Wood can't be with us today.
Thank you, Councillor Bagent. And apologies that Councillor Gorthrope-Wood is unwell and not able to attend to answer the question. Historically, the severe weather emergency provision has consisted of several communal spaces for people to sleep for the night, with the expectation that they will vacate the building the following morning. This winter, 20 beds have been on offer at the Crossway site in Chesterton for people who need them, through the charity It Takes a City, with grant funding and support, including from this council. Winter provision beds are available to people who are verified as rough sleeping by the Cambridge Street Outreach Team and are locally connected to the city. In previous years, winter arrangements for rough sleepers were only available during periods of severe weather. This winter, from the 1st of November 2021 to 28th of February 2022, winter provision was open permanently, and from the 1st of March to the 31st of March 2022, winter provision is still available to new residents if we have a period of severe weather that in previous years would have triggered the severe weather emergency provision. Unlike the previous rather ad hoc provision, a much more stable environment with each resident having their own room and with most residents having ensuite facilities has been available. Individuals housed at Crossways were able to retain their room beyond the end of a period of cold weather, but with greater emphasis on rapid resettlement, and Crossways residents have successfully moved on into suitable long-term accommodation, thus creating space for new rough sleepers to be housed in Crossways. Remaining residents leave the winter provision on the 31st of March 2022. However, the service aims to move all residents on successfully before the provision ends. Can I just also briefly mention that during the recent stormy weather, particularly with regard to Storm Eunice, the street outreach team attempted to contact every rough sleeper in the city not already in Crossways or in protect and vaccinate accommodation to make an offer of shelter. 9 people identified, 4 people offered a place in the travel lodge, 4 were offered sit-up service in the lounge at Crossways. And additional food and support was arranged. And I want to pay tribute to all the work of our homelessness support service and our street outreach team. Thank you.
This time? No. I didn't think so. Thank you very much. In that case, that takes us to question 6.
Yes, question 6, please.
Councillor Hook, thank you for your question. The situation of Storm Eunice was an extreme case which caused damage across the country and affected some buildings in and about Cambridge. As soon as the council had been made aware of the issue, a building control officer visited the location. Discussions took place with the management agent and owners to ensure the safety of the residents within the building. This happened in a few locations in Cambridge. The requirement of building safety is the responsibility of the person carrying out the construction work. Inspections are carried out during the construction by building control surveyors. You probably know that it can be done by private inspectors or through the local authority building control service. The council is trying to currently raise awareness with developers, architects and agents, residents and communities of the importance of complying with the minimum standards of building control and the issue of the performance gap of construction and on works on site. This is through a series of awareness sessions that are open to all and held virtually, so you're all welcome to join in. It's through education to professionals and members of the public we can assist in ensuring buildings are erected to the highest possible standards, and we are investigating the possibility of engaging with developers and agents at the earliest point within the build process to secure a voluntary commitment to standards that may be above the minimum requirements. Just a point to note, our council did not undertake the building control of Whittle Avenue during construction.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for the response. I mean, I agree that the storm damage that I quoted there in my question was, of course, an extreme case, but it still highlighted, I think, some of the issues that are around. I'm sure your response will give some hope to our residents, not just in Trumpington. And I'm sure this is an issue in all wards, and I'm very much hoping that we can take a cross-party approach here. I would like still to highlight the situation in Trumpington in particular, which I'm sure you're well aware of. I think the recent past is a good predictor of the near future, and it is still shocking, irrespective of the recent storm damage, that we hear of so many faults and the new developments, I mean, which range from inconvenient over costly to life-threatening. Those solar panels not connected or badly installed, with repairs costing up to thousands of pounds, and the repairs itself taking energy and using resources, which is not really acceptable in a climate crisis. Similarly, heating systems badly installed and resulting in leaks and costly repairs. Dormer windows badly roofed, resulting in water damage to the whole house. And even one of our own councillors once found a heavy wooden window panel in front of a house that had fallen off the wall. And this could have literally killed somebody. So I urge you to ensure that future developments will not suffer from similar problems, or to do our best, at least, that it won't happen in this way. And where possible, we need to find ways to hold both developers and, importantly, also the contractors to account for the consequences of their actions, or in fact inactions. Thank you.
I take your point, and there is a problem across the whole country about build quality. This is partly as a result of the deregulation of the building control service. I would suggest that the very best way to ensure the best building is to encourage developers to use our local authority building control service. Before the building control was deregularised, it was only local authority officers going to building sites. They took account of everything that was going on. They wouldn't just go and look at the one thing that they'd been called out to inspect. They would look at everything as they go through the construction site. Now some of the inspections, private inspectors, when they're called out, they only go and look at the one thing they've been asked to look at, maybe the drains, maybe the prepared insulation panel. They ignore other things. And this is a real problem that we've got, but unfortunately, currently, it is within current law. I'm hoping that with the Hackett inquiry and all of the focus on the cladding and building quality scandal, that we'll have new legislation coming out. But we will work hard with our local authority building control service to provide the best service possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bird.
Question 7.
Finding that my mask keeps getting caught on my glasses and then pulling my glasses to the floor, so I do apologise for the delay. Thank you, Councillor Bird, for this really important question. So as part of our transformation programme, we are currently reviewing the work that we're doing in the communities team. And we're especially thinking about whether what we do meets the needs of our community as well as it possibly can, and whether that means that there are some things we need to do differently. And as part of that, we are determined to explore the possibility of having a new post in our community development team, which will specifically liaise with and support our Gypsy, Roma and Traveller communities. And we feel this is something that could really enhance all the work we do with these communities across the council. And we also feel it's really important to give a platform to celebrating Gypsy, Roma and Traveller culture and raising awareness of the issues. So to supplement the project work we're already doing, we are setting up a specific project. And this project will culminate in an event at the Corn Exchange, which I think is particularly appropriate. And there will be activities and outreach at Midsummer Fair too. And I just wanted to say again, I think the fact that we want to do part of this work at the Corn Exchange in the current context, in the light of recent events, it's really appropriate to be able to use that venue in a positive way to give a voice to our Gypsy, Roma and Traveller communities.
1.5 minutes, well done. Is there supplementary, Jerry?
Thank you. Well, that's really good news, especially getting a worker at community development. I think this will help it a great deal. This community's been discriminated at for years and years, and it's very sad to see it. I know quite a few of them who live down the Fen Road area and down the Blackwell site as well. And I know they're going to be over the moon about this, that we are going to be working very hard to make sure nothing happens again like this. Thank you, Chair.
Response, Councillor Smith?
I think just to say that I would want to reiterate, like Councillor Bird has done, my absolute abhorrence of some of the racist comments we have heard in recent months about Gypsy, Roma and Traveller communities. And I would love to say, well, that was just a one-off, but we know that these communities are some of the most discriminated against in the UK. So this is something, hopefully, that will help address that, and we will continue to stand in solidarity with Gypsy, Roma and Traveller people as they face any abuse or discrimination.
Thank you for that. Question number 8 will go to Councillor Payne this time, and this will be the last question.
Question 8, please, Mr Mayor.
So the short answer is no, because I know that our Greater Cambridge Shared Waste Service has been doing an absolutely outstanding job throughout this devastating global COVID-19 pandemic. They've been collecting our city's waste and recycling day in, day out, in freezing wind and rain and in boiling hot sun. They carried on emptying our bins even in the very early stages of the pandemic, when there were serious concerns that COVID was easily contractable from surfaces like bin handles. And they've been sitting with others in the confined space of the bin lorry, where many in this chamber were safely working from home. Despite the crews, the service has of course been impacted by staff illness, which, just to clarify, means our staff being unable to work because they're off sick, ill with COVID. As all businesses have been impacted by COVID in this way, there's been a shortage of agency workers who we would normally employ to fill any gaps. We've also been impacted by Brexit and the HGV driver shortages, as our budget bid last week highlights. As a council, we have a statutory duty to collect residual waste and recycling. The green bin is a discretionary service, and therefore, when we've had staffing shortages, we've needed to prioritise the black and blue bins, which also happen to be the most heavily used by residents, particularly through the winter months. These staff shortages due to staff illness mean that we have had a couple of weeks recently where we have been unable to collect around 30% of green bins. However, our waste crews, who can empty up to 1,300 bins in a typical day, with the average waste crew worker walking up to 12 miles a day, have worked for 2 extra Saturdays in order to catch up, so that all green bins across the whole of the Greater Cambridge area have been collected twice this year as planned.
Supplementary?
Yes, please, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Executive Councillor, for your response. I really do appreciate that the recent issue with the green bin collection was due to staff illness, which nobody can help. As a teacher in a school, I very much appreciate how difficult the last few months have been, despite what Boris Johnson says about the pandemic being over. But I think the issue would not have been quite so great had it not fallen so shortly after the Christmas period, where a number of bins hadn't been collected because they fell on a public holiday, and thus the collection was suspended. I know Councillor Gehring, who's been detained this evening, wanted to ask specifically about Newnham, where half of Newnham didn't receive a green bin collection for nearly 3 months because of the cut-off point before the Christmas holidays. And in fact, I would disagree that every green bin has been collected, because even in the mop-up collections, the mop-up only went to streets where every bin hadn't been emptied. There are streets where individual bins were missed, but a recollection wasn't made, and residents have complained to us about that. So my question is, there is a bit of a disparity, I think, that happens based on when bank holidays and public holidays fall. That can mean some green bins go without being collected for a very long period of time. In Newnham, residents showed me actual sludge at the bottom of their green bins because they've been waiting for such a long time. So therefore, I'd like to ask, is there or can there be any kind of map or heat map of where the collections take place to ensure that particular areas are not impacted repeatedly by missing green bins due to bank holidays, public holidays, etc., so that the missed collections can then perhaps be targeted in a more equitable way? Thank you.
So I would say that it's just not true that rounds have not been collected this year. They absolutely have. Obviously, when I say all bins have been collected, what I mean is if residents have put their green bins out for collection, then the bin men have come, or the bin women, the waste crews have come round and collected them and emptied the bins. Obviously, if people don't put their bins out on time or don't put them out at all, then we would not have collected those. With regards, you said the service was suspended. The service was not suspended. We have a reduced service over the winter months alongside South Cambridgeshire, our Lib Dem partners in this, because we work very well together, in order to reduce our emissions as a council. In the winter months, some people still use their green bins fully, but the majority of Cambridge residents and the majority of South Cambs residents do not fill their green bins during the winter months. So it makes no sense, both financially or more importantly, in regard to running our vehicles around the whole of the Greater Cambridge area to empty already empty bins. So that's why we have a reduced service throughout the winter months. It also allows our staff to have time off over Christmas and the school holidays and not reduce the service on the residual and the blue bins.
Thank you very much for that, councillors. That brings us to the end of that item. We did overrun by a couple of minutes, but that's fine. At least we got as many questions in as we could. So that takes us to agenda item 9, motions to council. The mover and the seconder have up to 10 minutes between them. The proposer and seconder of any amendment have 10 minutes between them also. All other members have 3 minutes. At the end of the debate, the relevant executive councillor and mover of the motion have 3 minutes for a right of reply. I therefore call on Councillor Robertson to move motion 9A.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, the energy crisis has been building for some months now, and at first it seemed the government was ignoring the issue. But when they did announce some measures, it became apparent that the help they were giving was badly targeted, so that poorer families will not get the help to the extent that they need it. A main part of the support offered is a rebate of £150 off the council tax of each household. But around 3/4 of people eligible for that tax rebate are not actually in poverty. The fact is that families on low incomes will have to spend far more of their income on keeping warm at home than families on middle incomes. Using the council tax system to distribute the assistance will lead to many people missing out. For example, tenants whose rent includes the council tax. Some private tenants are in that position. Many households face huge increases in their energy bills, and the £150 rebate just won't help much at all. I mean, people are now talking about not just £2,000 a year, but £3,000 a year for energy bills for an average size house. Another step decided by the government was to raise the existing cap on energy bills in recognition of the higher bills which are coming. But the uplift in the energy cap on prices is only going to be a very limited help to most people, given the huge scale of the increases. Those households in blocks of flats with communal heating schemes are not even eligible for the cap. They are treated as commercial, not residential. Government instead should have increased the warm homes discount instead of the council tax rebate and the energy cap. That would have meant means-tested assistance and would reach households which really need it far more effectively. The annual warm homes discount is actually only £140 a year, but it is paid to those who are on the lowest income. And this would mean the assistance with bills would be much better targeted than through the council tax rebate scheme. The Institute for Public Policy Research has suggested actually that the warm homes discount should be raised by about £400 a year to make it £540 a year. They also suggested that at the moment there are 2.2 million households across the country eligible for warm home discount, and they suggest that the eligibility should be widened to include all of those on pension credit or working age benefits. And that would add a further 6.3 million households to those who would be eligible for support. Another crucial point which must be made is that the government's proposals are once again only a matter of tinkering with the immediate problem. Yet again, the Conservatives have failed to recognise the need to invest for the long term. They should be putting money into improving insulation and energy-efficient heating systems, particularly on the large number of older houses we have, which are very poorly insulated and take far too much energy to heat them. With full insulation, less energy would be used year after year into the future. The extra cost to households that these energy bills are going to produce means that huge profits are being made by companies engaged in energy supply. Over the last few weeks, there have been announcements of massively increased profits made by companies in the oil and gas industry. And they're expecting to make them even higher profits this year. A windfall tax should be levied on these vast profits and used to help both reduce heating bills and invest to reduce energy use into the future. A national renewable energy fund should be established for long-term investment in energy efficiency by all homeowners, councils, social landlords, everybody. Now, the invasion of Ukraine looks set to push the cost of oil and gas even higher. And there will be many households in the Cambridge area and across the whole country who will face huge increases in their cost of heating. The government must act to provide much more assistance with far more accurate targeting of help to households who need it. A windfall tax levy on the huge profits being made from the increase in prices would pay for this, both now and into the future, if there was investment in energy efficiency measures. If we pass this motion tonight, we will immediately write to the Chancellor of the Exchequer making the case for a change in his plans, to better target assistance so it goes to those who need it, and to invest for the future reduction in use of energy, not just for the immediate cost of that energy. I hope this will get your unanimous support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My understanding is Councillor Herbert is the seconder for this. Would you wish to speak now?
I reserve my right, thanks, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Is there any debate? Please, Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we would certainly echo our support for a great deal of this motion. The threat of fuel poverty and the rising fuel prices are really truly worrying, and it's rapidly becoming a national crisis. We know already, I'm sure, amongst our wards that some of our residents already have had to make the choice this winter between heating and eating, and the most cruel aspect is the disproportionate impact this will have on the poorest households. Where I think we would challenge this motion is on the suggestion of cutting environmental levies on the energy bills. The green levies are in place to give additional funding to investing in clean energy, in insulation and in other energy efficient measures in the future. So I think for us, cutting this now, although it solves a problem temporarily, it's a very temporary fix that will simply lead to further problems further down the line. It's robbing Peter to play Paul, and we'll just move the problem to further down the line. And it's not right that at this point we stop properly investing in moving towards clean energy and better energy efficiency. However, clearly we need better solutions to that, and I'd really ask if the Executive Council would consider asking the government strongly in this letter to look at putting in place a proper support package for the cost of living, and also to investigate a windfall tax on the most profitable oil and gas firms. However, I think this is a disagreement in terms of the detail around this motion, and we have absolutely no objection to Councillor Smith writing a strongly worded letter about it, and we hope it is strongly worded and that she receives a positive response. So you will have our support this evening.
Thank you very much for that. Executive Council response? No? Councillor Herbert.
Well, just very briefly, I'm pleased that we're on the same page on this. I think even before the horrendous and evil war of Russia and Ukraine, people were facing a doubling, and now it looks like it's going to be a trebling of energy costs. And for the government to just slap-handedly, particularly as they've been forcing council tax to rise, try and use council tax as a route to actually compensate, fails to help the poorest. It fails to help all sorts of groups. In this city, we've got a significant number of elderly pensioners who are not wealthy. They have got a capital asset, but why should they have to leave their homes? The council tax system is 30 years out of date. It was shoved together to try and save the Tories' skin, and the whole rating system that was before it, and the whole system, it's really the wrong and indirect and useless use of the funds. and along with the loans, which similarly just a puerile effort, particularly as they're such a small amount of assistance. So I just think that the government spent about 5 minutes thinking about this issue, rather than, as Councillor Cheney Payne said, we should be already been focusing. And if we look at the funds, they're useful, the social housing decarbonisation fund and various little pockets of money. But as local government has shown, it can do a far better job than all of these schemes. Literally billions of pounds was soaked up in this environmental levy and largely shaped by the energy companies. And they've done some disastrous schemes. I mean, if we actually had a statement of account for what has been spent, most of it, a large proportion of it, has been totally wasted. The energy companies, it's a little bit like Herod running the Save the Children group. The energy companies basically did what suited them. They didn't actually get things moving. So we don't have the kind of national retrofit scheme that we should have. And that's why, Councillor Payne, we think that this should be back to general taxation. We've already had some public interchange and responses. This council would love to have the resource to be able to have a citywide scheme, not because the council has to pay for all of it, because if we were able to support recognised contractors who are capable of retrofit and insulation, most of our citizens can afford to pay for it, the homeowners, and then we can focus it on all that is happening. So, yeah, I hope, and I'm sure that in our letter to the Chancellor, we will say, you are 5 years, 10 years too late, but blinking well, get on with retrofitting and making sure every home is comfortable and start with the people on lowest incomes.
Thank you very much. Executive Councillor and Councillor Robertson have right of reply, 3 minutes each.
Assume nobody else wanted to speak. No. Well, I don't think I need to add anything. We're all in agreement on this. The government's completely out of touch with reality on this. That a lot of poor people are going to suffer, and we must do what we can to support them in the meantime until we can get this government out. So let's work on that. So I hope you will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'll now go to the vote. All those in favour?
It's unanimous.
Thank you very much, councillors. That takes us to the next motion. I'll call on Councillor Dalziel to move motion 9B.
Mr Mayor, our party strongly supports the development at North East Cambridge. We led the campaign to secure the Cambridge North train station, and we were the first to call for this wider development, despite opposition from some of the councillors. It is a sustainable brownfield site, and it can meet many needs of the city, including the provision of new homes and regeneration and amenity for the surrounding parts of North Cambridge. We also recognise that in many ways the draft area action plan is a positive document. The AAP is crucial because it needs to define our ambition for this huge key development of over 15,000 people and sets the parameters against which future applications will be judged. It is particularly important that it is not self-serving for the developers, even when the City Council is one of them. It is therefore a pity that the AAP process has struggled with questions of open space and sports facilities. We had to campaign to secure a provision of informal open space that matches the policy standard in the existing local plan. It had been proposed that less than 40% would be provided within the development. We are very pleased that as a result of public consultation and campaigning, this was corrected and 100% of the policy standard must now be met. But that still leaves provision of formal open spaces, sports pitches, courts and greens, of which, incredibly, only 9% must be included within the development itself, according to this draft AAP. If this draft stands as it was approved at the recent Planning and Transport Scrutiny Committee, There is, in our view, nothing which is going to come along afterwards that can be relied upon to improve it. Then there is also a matter of a swimming pool. The size of the prospective development, which is huge at North East Cambridge, would secure developer funding for 78% of a new swimming pool. But the draft AAP does not stipulate that one should be provided within the site or even close to it. Instead, it discusses that funding being taken to build a new pool in West Cambridge. Mr. Mayor, we support the development at North East Cambridge, but not at any price. There are standards of amenity which are well specified in our local plan, and we should be meeting those standards for all of our communities. Members opposite talk a lot about inequality in the city. We all do. In our minds, are parts of the city, in all our minds, are parts of the city that are right on the doorstep of the North East Cambridge development. And looking at the data presents a very striking picture, particularly in two surrounding wards. According to the most recent figures from Public Health Income for England, for income and deprivation and child poverty, Kings Hedges and East Chesterton are significantly worse than Cambridge as a whole. In particular, on health outcomes, they're also the worst on limiting long-term illness and disability, on overweight and obese children in year 6, male and female life expectancy, and premature deaths from circulatory disease and for other preventable reasons. In most of these, the outcomes are not only worse, but actually in all metrics, they have the red light of being significantly worse. There are limited things, as we've discussed, that a local authority can do about such a bleak picture. But one of the main ones is to ensure a provision of means of playing sport and taking physical exercise right at the heart of the community. It is therefore surprising that members opposite have been so keen to look the other way whilst agreeing to a draft AAP, which dodges one of the best opportunities we are ever likely to get to achieve this. In a development promoted with a pride of being a 5-minute community, having important amenities built into the neighbourhood to avoid the obstacle of travel, it is shocking that this excludes outdoor sports facilities and swimming. It really feels as if the bonus that could come to North Cambridge from this development risks being stolen from the people of North Cambridge. It is particularly suspicious because the City Council is one of the developers, and this issue bears upon land values. The purpose of this area action plan is to set standards that developers have to deliver, and in this respect, it looks like it is currently failing to prioritise our local community. I therefore appeal to members to agree to look at this again and support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Vick, as a seconder, do you wish to speak now?
Reserve my right, Chair.
Thank you very much. You've got about 5.5 minutes on your time. Councillor Thornborough has given notice of an amendment which is on page 21 of the information pack. Seconder, Councillor Thornborough? Oh, sorry, the flowers are in the way, sorry. Councillor Smith will be seconding that. You have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Thornborough, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to thank Councillor Dale for making recommendations about sports provisions and how we work together regarding plan making. I wanted to take on board what Councillor Dale requested in a way that could be taken forward through a collaborative approach that we here at Cambridge City Council are engaged with South Cambridgeshire District Council. That's my amended motion. The shared planning service is leading us through the next local plan process and the work at North East Cambridge, but it is the work of councillors working cross-boundary and cross-party that is driving this process. It is complicated and hard work, but also we have so much to gain from a truly transformational emerging local plan. Mr. Mayor, Councillor Dale and fellow councillors are all part of the process to develop the action plan and the emerging local plan through discussions, workshops, the Joint Advisory Committee and scrutiny committees. As Executive for Planning, I will look to see if the process can be more collaborative. Mr. Illingworth raised concerns, and I assured him that as Executive Councillors, I expect the full provision of sports facilities will be met in and around North East Cambridge site. We continue to gather evidence about what our residents require. The City Council are working on sports and leisure. The shared planning service are as well. And we are still learning lessons from the pandemic. This collection of evidence continues right up to the finalisation of the emerging local plan submission to the inspector. So I hope we can all continue to work together on this and that everyone will support this amendment, which we can actually act on. Thank you.
Councillor Smith, would you like to speak now or reserve your right? Thank you very much. You have about 8 minutes, and just under 8 minutes. Is there any debate? Councillor Copley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to pick up one of the early words in Councillor Diell's statement, which referred to the area as a brownfield site. And it is envisaged to be a brownfield site when the current wastewater treatment works, or if the current wastewater treatment works are relocated. But I just would like to make it extremely clear to the Chamber, and a point that I raised at the most recent Planning and Scrutiny Committee, that this is at the expense of a greenfield site in the green belt of Cambridge. And so it's not a free brownfield site available to be developed, it's an exchange, it's loss of green belt in exchange for brownfields in the near Cambridge North. And I just also like to make it very clear to the Chamber as well that Anglia Water have confirmed that there is no operational need to relocate the wastewater treatment works. The motivation is to free up the site to create what we will call a brownfield site as before at the expense of a greenbelt site. So I would like everyone just to have that kind of very clear in their head as we discuss this proposal and vote on it. I'm not supportive of the relocation of the wastewater treatment works, both on the grounds of loss of green belt and also on the grounds of throwing away a perfectly good wastewater treatment facility. The rebuilt one will not, it's not the purpose of the whole thing. So I just wanted to raise that presumption to our debate today.
Thank you very much. Councillor Herbert.
Just briefly, we still need further housing, Mayor, and we work jointly with our neighbours in South Cambridgeshire, and indeed most of the housing at the moment is being built in South Cambridgeshire. Often in South Cambridgeshire, it's not in sustainable locations. This is a sustainable and appropriate location for housing. So I disagree on that point with Councillor Copley. I accept that we have to look at the whole environmental picture on this. And we definitely do need to take opportunities for recreation, both indoors and also work with our neighbours in South Cambridgeshire. Milton Country Park isn't capable of taking all of the pressure, and we do need to look at provision. I have to say sometimes, Mayor, the Liberal Democrats make out that there's not enough green space in the city, but it's not enough in the right places sometimes. And I do think there are opportunities here. But if we don't build here, Councillor Copley, then the option is to build somewhere else, because the housing does need to be provided. We've got a mess of a government, and now they're trying to mess around even more with planning, and we don't know what their guidance is. But we do know that we need extra affordable housing for rent in particular. And in terms of transport, connectivity, community, linking in with Cambridge, this, whether we like it or not, is better than other sites. And we as a council, from both of the major parties, have rightly supported it. And we should be working with South Cambridgeshire to minimise the impact of the new site. And we should also be aiming for a significant biodiversity gain in that area. So if we don't come out of this with gains that way, then it will have been a mistake. But I believe that we're in the middle of the planning stage, and I also believe that what Anglian Water are doing and where they're siting can be arranged so that we actually get a better environment and we get more access to that area, which is a wonderful place to walk through and also to live in.
Right, Councillor Paula, yep.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, I would like to welcome the Executive Council's recognition earlier that obviously there is a lack of formal open space in the North East Cambridge site, and it is something that we can work together on and merits reconsideration. I know that, like me, it's something we all value highly as part of the planning process, and this is going to be a large and vibrant new development, but these new residents do need sports facilities and formal open space on site and not around the site or in other parts of the city. There'll be a large number of flats in the development, and whilst we on this side are very pleased that revised proposals did address our concerns on open space, formal open space is important to everybody too. There's no point us aiming for a car-reduced or even car-free neighbourhood and a pedestrian and cycling-friendly development, which I really hope we will get, if no one can access sports provision nearby and is tempted to then drive to it. I am concerned, I'm afraid, that the amendment is kind of kicking the issue into the long grass, because obviously as we're considering it as part of the local plan, it's obviously great, we want to look at that, but that won't have any direct effect on the North East Cambridge development, other than potentially, if we up it in the local plan, reducing the current allocation as a percentage from 9% to even less if the quantum changes and is increased. There's also the issue of where additional sports pitches could go if the NEC is not amended to allow this. We can't magic up open space on site without some changes. And this is why we really want to review this now whilst the process is paused, whilst the separate development control order, the DCO, is considered. So this amendment won't risk that, as any review could be swiftly undertaken and reported back to committee well before the next stage of the area action plan for the North East Cambridge site, which is, I'm thinking, is the best part a couple of years away now. So I hope you'll be able to support our motion unamended and ensure that the future for the thousands of new residents that we hope will make their homes and their working lives in North East Cambridge is one in which they have equal access to sports and exercise provision as well as open spaces. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
I have no other speakers. Councillor Smith, would you like to? You've got, I make it about 7.5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to talk about the process of the development of the Area Action Plan for North East Cambridge. I think the first thing to say, it's been a long time in process, and it's been the subject of 2 issues and options consultations, and more recently consultation on the Regulation 18 Draft Area Action Plan. I think, Councillor Copley, it's just quite important at this point just to mention that this site has been identified as the most sustainable new allocation in the emerging local plan. So it has good sustainable development credentials. So following the last consultation, there have been extensive briefings, local and committee member briefings. There's been the joint local plan advisory group meeting, 30th of November, and then there's a further round of discussions on this on the 11th of January with the Planning and Transport Scrutiny Committee. And during this stage, there were further briefings, executive member briefings, and there were internal chair and opposition briefings ahead of the committee meetings, as well as the North East Cambridge Community Liaison Forum, which was attended by several local members. Now, the next stage of the Area Action process needs to await the outcome of the development consent order process. And that's for the relocation of the wastewater treatment works, on which the delivery of the Area Action Plan is in large part predicated. Now, the development consent order is the subject of a statutory planning process under different legislation to the statutory process for plan making. But the Exec Council's former amendment to proposed submission Area Action Plan, and that's the one for consultation, another round of consultation, and then onward submission for independent examination in public will be an important factor in the development consent order examination. And that's because it demonstrates commitment to the development of the area, as well as concludes the draft regulation 18 stage of the preparation of the area action plan. The Exec Council's formal agreement provides for material amendments to be made in consultation with the chair and spokes and by the South Cambs lead member for planning, both in consultation with the joint local plan advisory groups. So, approval of the Reg 19 Area Action Plan should not be deferred, as is of strategic importance in supporting the development consent order examination. Furthermore, it does not need to be deferred, as the possibility of amendments remain open for further discussion and deliberation, most notably in the context of studies relating to sports and open space facilities being undertaken as part of the emerging shared local plan. Now, these comprise a new study called Greater Cambridge Outdoor Courts and Rink Strategy, which covers smaller sport areas like outdoor netball, tennis courts, bowling rinks, greens. No references to ice-cold Lidos, but yeah. And updates to Greater Cambridge Open Space and Recreation Strategy, Greater Cambridge Playing Pitches Strategy, Greater Cambridge Indoor Sports Facilities Strategy. Now, the development consent order is going to take some time. Therefore, we've got considerable time for further deliberations and discussions on the important issues that you've raised. We may have rehearsed these through joint local plan advisory group and scrutiny. We can discuss these in all of these places, and we can consider the on-site versus the off-site formal outdoor sports facilities and the significant consequences that they have, not just on the housing provision or the height and massing of the development, but also in terms of equity of access to such facilities and so on and so forth. So that's why I support the amendment.
I'd like to explain why I will be abstaining from the amendment and the motion. And that's because I cannot believe that this development will ever get built. Councillor Smith has mentioned it's been a very long time in the planning. And I think during that time, our understanding of the depth of the climate emergency has changed. And our planning criteria have not caught up with it. I also want to pick up on another of Councillor Smith's remarks, which is that development is sustainable. It is disingenuous and dishonest to argue that it's sustainable when you're not factoring in the cost in climate emissions of relocation of the Anglian water plant to a pristine greenbelt site in Honey Hill near a site of scientific interest. Therefore, I will be abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bigton, in that case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to support this motion unamended. It's good that the Executive Councillor is now saying, through her amendment, that she supports more on-site provision of sports facilities than the Area Action Plan is currently proposing. I welcome that. She didn't say it at committee, so it's welcome progress that we've established through Councillor Diell's motion. But it is a bit like shutting the door after the horse has bolted. Councillor Thornborough and I both heard the advice from council planning officers telling us that the room for manoeuvre, significant further changes to the draft action plan at this stage is extremely limited. And when asked whether it could include change of the kind that would be necessary to provide more on-site formal open space, we were told no. So had Councillor Thornborough said what she has written into her amendment at the committee, might have expected her to support looking into a variation of the area action plan to reflect that. We put up an opportunity for her to do that, which unfortunately, without saying much, she voted against. Setting the standards that we want developers to meet is really what we have this area action plan for. If it took a bit longer to look at all the potential trade-offs, which I readily agree are to arrive at a better mix, which Councillor Thornborough and I would like to see a better mix, then surely that is what we should have done at the committee. And it's the reason we didn't that brings along this motion today. This is a development around for a century or more, and which over 15,000 people will live in. Corners for bureaucratic timelines just doesn't seem appropriate. As Councillor DL has said, we are advocates. It's not logical to look at the next local plan to say that more of the sports pitches that the North East Cambridge development would bring ought to be provided on site. It looks like the Executive Council is still not really actually saying she supports on-site provision. She several times said on-site or nearby, but her says on-site. But I really think that that's more likely to mean something separated from the site, because the site is so constrained that something even quite close is across a multi-lane highway, which might make more sense of using the local plan to achieve it. If we're saying we want it on site, I don't think we need the local plan to achieve that. But her amendment doesn't actually say that. It says she wants to have more of it within the North East Cambridge development community itself, and that is now what we will hold her to. On the swimming pool, which should be 78% funded by developers at North East Cambridge, there is actually some shred of logic for considering that in the bigger picture, because it still needs funding from another source to make that 100%. But even there, we ought to start with quite a strong assumption that it ought to be located where the vast majority of the funding arises. And in fact, the Area Action Plan gives pretty clear indication, pretty clear direction that it will not be within the North East Cambridge development, but it actually goes on to make the case for it to be in West Cambridge, which is certainly more than a 5-minute trip away. So we see the amendment as both making a tiny bit of progress, making out that Councillor Thornborough agrees with us about more on-site provision, but making a considerable change to our proposition by committing to what we think is a relatively ineffectual means of achieving it. What is worst about this is members opposite's so-called commitment to tackling inequality in Cambridge. Mr. Mayor, I think we are learning that tackling does not mean rectifying, which we want to do here with this amendment. You know about the poor health outcomes that correlate so strongly to income inequality, yet you refuse to do one of the very few things a council can do to present the shiny local opportunities to more healthy lifestyles at the very heart of the community where it counts. That's the reason why I will support this amendment and don't.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thornborough, Councillor DL, you have rights of reply, 3 minutes each. So, Councillor Thornborough, it's yours.
The Area Action Plan sets a minimum amount of sports provision within the site. It's a minimum. There is nothing in the document which says it can't all be provided. And for example, there are currently, the County Council have asked for 2 junior schools. We've safeguarded a site for a 3rd junior school. If that 3rd junior school is not needed and the County Council's figures are correct, then it may work out that that space is used for sports facilities. One of our residents, Mr. Carpen, suggested the site where the car showroom is on Milton Road as a possible location for sports. And that may, in the detail of what comes through, that may be a place that is brought forward for that. I think currently there are 75 dwellings on that location. It may be that those 75 dwellings go somewhere else and there's a provision and it's decided to bring that site forward. You know, there is a commitment that the amount that the current local plan is asking for is provided through this development. In other areas, it's not always in the red line boundary. For example, in Trumpington, we have sports fields in the park, in the green belt park next to. There's, I think, the football pitches and other sporting and outdoor facilities. It may be that the residents and local communities actually feel there is better gain for us all if it is right next to the site in Milton, or maybe in Histon, or King's Hedges, or East Chesterton. These are things that are going to be worked through with our residents and with evidence, but all of the provision will come either on site or very close by. And I want to talk and collaborate. I do with the shared planning services for working well. Maybe we can do more collaboration a bit earlier. You're part of the collaboration, Councillor Bick. And that's great. So happy to work with you. We've got the commitment already. The next local plan policies may be even better for all of those aspects because it'll be focusing on our 4 priorities. So your amendment is not feasible to go forward in working in a collaborative way. The amendment I'm proposing, I had hoped that it would be a composite with you, but and contact you with that regard, but you didn't have time to get that because of your work, but why the amendment is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And actually, I'd just like to thank everyone who's contributed to this debate. The quality of, considered and constructive comments. Actually, a real reminder of, the importance of democracy. One thing I would note, I understand the concerns around long-term sustainability globally, but I'm sure also other members agree with us. We all agree that we need a just transition. A critical issue for us here in Cambridge that does lead to such inequality is housing, and that is why I do believe that we need this programme to go ahead. I would like to comment that I noted the commitment to the DCO process, which was well explained by Councillor Smith. I think what worries me is at the same time we do need to demonstrate our commitment to that community in North Cambridge. I'm standing here in part as a North Cambridge councillor, and I worry that at the moment, from the conversations we have with residents involved in this process, that they don't feel that maybe they're getting the outcomes they would like to see. And this is why we bring forward this motion to sort of take that back step. At the same time, we very much welcome the commitments that are being made and the offers of cooperation. I personally think that the unamended motion would be stronger, but at the same time, we will be glad to support the amended motion if that is all we can get this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now go to the vote on the amendment. All those in favour, please show.
That's 18.
And those against?
That's 7.
And abstentions, please.
That's 3.
Thank you very much. The amendment is carried. Just read out the numbers.
18 for, 7 against, 3 abstaining.
Thank you so much. Just as a recap. I will now go to the vote on the motion as amended. All those in favour?
Hang on.
Give me a chance to think about it.
18, 19.
I thought you said he was wrong.
Okay, I'll make that 20. I'll make that 20.
Those against?
That's none.
And abstentions, please.
So that's 9. 9 abstentions.
Thank you very much, everyone. Notes that motion 9C has been withdrawn by Councillor Copley under Council Procedure Rule 13. In that case, I call on Councillor Payne to move motion 9D. Have you a seconder, Councillor Payne?
Yes, it's Councillor Lee.
Councillor Lee, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So drink spiking is not a new phenomenon, and although it's seen an increased media profile recently and an absolutely dramatic and incredibly worrying increase in cases, in itself, it's not a new idea. And over the decades, as a society, we've become incredibly adept at telling young people how to keep themselves safe, particularly when under the cover of darkness and when alcohol is involved. I think it's probably some kind of rite of passage that as a young person, when you first mentioned your responsible, loving adult that you might go out for the evening to the pub, they then bequeath to you this list of things that if you do them all right, you might just manage to outwit a predator and have a safe and pleasant evening. We tell young people to plan their routes home meticulously, to watch their drink at all times, to keep a thumb over the top of their bottle so no one can slip anything into it. More recently, this has all now gone into gadgets, so you can actually now buy nail varnish and like rubber bands, which if you plonk them into your drink for a bit, they will turn a particular colour if certain chemicals or even particularly high alcohol quantities and alcohol content is in place there. You can even install apps on your phone to share where you are and to track your journey so you can be traced later. We've learned over the years to tell people who feel vulnerable how to wrap this protective blanket around themselves to keep themselves safe. And if they do all of those things correctly, they might just about be okay. And all of this, while very kindly meant, and actually probably the right thing given the climate we're telling people to do, is all entirely misplaced, and it's entirely wrong that as a society we place the responsibility for avoiding assault on the victim, not the person who's doing the assaulting. Drink spiking is entirely the fault of the perpetrator and never of the victim. I need to place my own cards on the table and confess that in many ways I found the process of writing this motion quite frustrating, because really what we need here is wholesale societal change, and that goes far beyond the remit of what the City Council can achieve. We need proper investment in teacher training, in personal, social, health and economic education. We need a statutory curriculum for life to educate young people about dignity, equality and consent, and not just shove them through the e-back and make them read as many books as possible. We need to make misogyny a hate crime, and we need far more sensitive, slicker reporting systems for sexual assault and drink spiking. I must give my thanks here, Mr. Mayor, to many of our young Liberal Democrat members, and in particular to the Cambridge University Liberal Association, who've worked with us very closely on this motion. And what immediately jumps out to us as soon as we begin speaking to young people is that absolutely everybody knows someone who's been spiked or has been spiked themselves. I really believe that the 43 reported cases of drink spiking in Cambridge last year don't even begin to scratch the surface of the sheer scale of the problem. And part of the challenge with that is simply reporting this, because the nature of what happens to you if you are spiked means it's very difficult to know what to do next. If you think you've been a victim of spiking, you're not in a good state to be asking yourself the question rationally of, do you report this to the police immediately? Do you go to Adam Brooks and will they then report it for you? When what you really probably want to do is go home and lie down as you feel incredibly unwell. There's also an issue, I think, that spiking, sometimes it doesn't look like waking up in a dark alleyway covered in bruises. what it can mean is that you very, very quickly become incredibly drunk. And it's only when you start piecing this together the next day that you realise that what happened simply wasn't normal for you. So something else must have happened. By the time the victim's ready to report this, the crime is almost impossible to trace, and drugs like GHB will leave your system within 12 hours, and by then it's too late. That's why in this motion, I've asked for broader education and information to ensure that as many people as possible in our city know what to do and how to take care of anyone around them who might have been spiked. A key component of this is proper education and training for staff within the nighttime economy. In particular, I think the security staff and the bouncers, who are very much on the front line of handling and looking after people who have been spiked, and so need to know and have the tools to handle this sensitively and give the correct information about what to do and not see the victim as a drunken nuisance to push away. Ultimately, to bring about real change, we as leaders in our communities and in our city need to make sure that the message is loud and clear that drink spiking is not welcome in Cambridge, it's not acceptable, and it is a crime. It needs to be crystal clear tonight that drink spiking is entirely the fault of the perpetrator and never the victim. This is why, much as I agree with everything written in Councillor Gilderdale's amendment, I do find it problematic because I think it broadens the issue so much away from drink spiking and towards the much, much broader societal issue of violence towards women and girls, that I think it takes the focus off what I'm trying to achieve here. I think it would be an excellent speech about gender-based violence, which we would all applaud and all agree with, but it's not about tackling drink spiking. I also find it a little uncomfortable, actually, in the amendment that it seeks to use the issue of drink spiking to advertise the council's credentials. It's wonderful that we have the Purple Flag Awards, and I really applaud everyone who's worked on that. But to say to someone who's a victim or who's concerned about spiking, well, we've got the Purple Flag Award, to me that's not the right response. Therefore, I think we do agree on the issue. We will be abstaining on the amendment because of those issues. But I really would ask all members present this evening to make it crystal clear in our own communities, on our social media and in our accounts this evening that drink spiking simply is not welcome here, it's not acceptable, and it is a crime. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lee, did you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll reserve my right, please.
You have, I think, 4.5 minutes. That's what I thought. Thank you. Councillor Gilderdale has given notice of an amendment which is on page 23 of the information pack. Councillor Collis will second that amendment. You have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Gilderdale, I see you have joined us. It's over to you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Just a little louder, Alice, if you please.
Great. Thank you. I would first like to thank Councillor Payne for bringing this motion and for your really important words tonight. I completely agree with everything you've said, and I think we all agree how important it is for the council to tackle all forms of harassment and abuse in Cambridge. And like you said, I would like to talk about the wider issue of misogyny, sexism and gender-based violence, which are all rooted in inequality and abuse of power, which manifests itself throughout society. So over the past year, this has been discussed extensively, and exactly 1 year ago today, Sarah Everard was killed, kidnapped, raped and murdered. And since then, at least 125 women in the UK have been killed at the hands of men. Gender-based violence, which I must add includes spiking, also includes many other examples of abuse, such as stalking, harassment and sexual abuse. And often, and this is why I've broadened the motion out, drink spiking is done with the aim to harass or abuse someone while they are in that heightened vulnerable state. So we mustn't see these as just solely separate issues. We must see them all together and intertwined. I also want to quickly add that gender-based violence disproportionately affects women of colour, disabled women and trans and non-binary people as well. As a young councillor in Market Ward, the issue of safety at night is particularly close to my heart. Market holds a majority of clubs, pubs and venues in the city, as well as a huge student population from both Cambridge and Anglia Ruskin. When I was a student a couple of years ago, it was not uncommon to witness or experience aggressive behaviour but at night time, but most of the time it would go unreported or excused. One example of a student group, however, working to improve standards in venues was a group called Playtime. Playtime organised events to platform women and non-binary student DJs across the city. And while that was their primary aim, they also ensured that wherever they played, their accountability policy was printed and stuck up throughout the venue. And this policy isn't really groundbreaking. It was generally what you might expect if you're going to have a good night out. And if you don't mind, I just like to read the rules out quickly. So this is what they would have stuck up on the walls. Number 1, look after each other. Number 2, be respectful. Number 3, don't assume. Number 4, harassment, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, xenophobic, ableist, classist, racist, disrespectful or hateful behaviour is unacceptable. And their posters went on to say that the energy we're aiming for is something that is inclusive, respectful, uplifting, and empowering. And I don't think this should have to be such an exceptional example of how to create a safe space. But the fact that this is unusual and that I'm highlighting it just shows that we still have a long way to go before all women and marginalised groups feel safe in our venues at night. And like Councillor Payne said, while we all want to combat gender-based violence in all of its forms, the important thing that we're discussing here tonight is spiking specifically. And I think that, you know, the importance of this motion is that it brings an issue that we can make some clear steps to positively benefit residents. And that's why I do think it's an incredibly important motion. So as a council, we should be working with our nighttime venues to lay these kinds of standards out very clearly. And that's why I've added some things to the amendment that look like exploring accreditation schemes, which might actively work on zero tolerance policies towards harassment, firstly across all of our council run events, but then also potentially setting a standard that can be encouraged in venues across the city. And if we're able to accredit with these kind of schemes, as well as continue running our wave trainings, we can then work across the city with nighttime economy staff, porters, security staff, transport workers, to ensure that as a city we can identify and support anyone who's been a victim of spiking or harassment. So if someone has been spiked, having those procedures in place and training on how to react and support that person could make a huge difference. Like you said, someone might not know that they've been spiked, or they might not feel able to take themselves somewhere. So having people trained to know what to do is really, really important. And if all of this is put in place, then the responsibility falls less on the victim, but more on what we can do as a society and as a community to address the issue as well. So that's why I've tried to broaden this issue out in the amendment, not to take the emphasis away from spiking, but to see it within the issue of male violence, which I hope we all agree is something that we need to tackle, to also tackle spiking. And I want to emphasise that if venues are taking an active anti-harassment stance, it will not only set a precedent of zero tolerance to any form of harassment or abuse, but it also means we're all better equipped to support anyone who does become a victim of spiking. Unfortunately, sexism is pervasive across society, in our homes, in our streets, on our venues, and as a council we need to try and combat the root cause just as much as we need to fight its manifestations. I therefore commend this amendment, which adds to the original motion with some further ideas on how to create safe spaces for women, while also working hard to safeguard our residents against spiking and abuse. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Collis, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right? You've got about just under 4.5 minutes.
Lovely. I'll reserve my right. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Is there any debate? Councillor Herbert.
I think it's right that we debate this, and I'm grateful to Councillor Payne for bringing the motion. And I think together we can do a lot of good by working using the powers that we've got as a city. I do think, as Councillor Gilderdale said, that it has to be set in the context of a wider society, which is aggressive men damaging the lives of women. And I just recall in the period of being a councillor in one ward out of 14, that 2 women have been murdered by their partners in my ward, and only recently another woman was murdered fairly recently in Romsey, only 150 metres away from my ward. So I do hope that in addition to reviewing this and following it up in Environment and Communities Committee, that the committee will just have a look at how Cambridge works on the issue of men bashing women and of men sexually aggressive towards women. And I was pleased to hear Councillor Payne talk about education, because there's some concept that this aggression against women is somehow declining, and it's part of something that's been inherited. But it's actually growing. And if we look at social media, and if we look at some of the behaviours which continue in a city which is generally well behaved, and which sees some of its worst results, as much about it's the product of the consumption of alcohol by men who are aggressive and who are growing up in a society which I don't understand, and maybe and maybe one of the problems is that a lot of men who don't understand it are not adequately involved in stopping it, albeit the white ribbon and other measures do that. So I do hope that the unity that we've got will see some real improvements. I know that the police are very close to these issues, but they could do more. It's still, whilst they do a good job broadly in the city centre, I still believe that the Cambridgeshire Police, along with the many others, notably the Met Police, just weigh off these issues. So welcome the motion, but I do think we have to look at the wider issue and also as a council continue to look into that.
Councillor Thornbury?
A really difficult, horrible subject, and it's been going on forever. When I went to university, within a couple of years of being at university, I think every single one of my women friends had some level of extreme abuse. Not just in pubs and clubs and out in venues, but in really the places they felt that they were safest in, the places where they lived, the shared homes. And it continues, and it's not just the young women, it's also, I've had friends, women who have been I felt were extremely strong, dynamic women who were in awful situations with their husbands. And you can't believe how bad their lives are when you see them out. But when you hear about the controlling, abusive, horrendous relationships that they have to go through, every single thing that we can do as a council to help these women get out of that situation, either by legal means or by providing support as a community or working as individuals to help them, we must do. And I think that it's actually getting worse from when I was a young person studying. I think what I hear from my daughters, what their friends are saying, what they're experiencing, I think access to the drugs and access to video information online is making male behaviour worse. I think maybe my mother and my grandmother maybe had it best. And I think the young women have it worse. I think everything we can do, we must do. Thank you.
The copy. Thank you.
I just want to thank Councillor Thornbury and also Councillor Payne and Councillor Gilderdale for bringing and discussing this topic. And I'm sure that any woman in the room will not know a woman that hasn't been abused by a man in some way. So this is a all-pervasive feature of our society, and speaking out against it like this, I'm very grateful that everybody is doing and kind of suggesting specific actions to fight against this. So I just want to thank everyone that's kind of, yeah, shared and brought this, and I strongly support the motion and the amendment.
Yeah, please, thank you.
I'll be extremely brief because I think everybody is agreeing with each other fundamentally on this motion. I did just want to say that actually, in response to what Katie's saying, my perception is that things have actually got worse in many of our clubs recently. I know that when I was at university, I mean, that there have always been issues about domestic arrangements and domestic violence and violence against women in many places. But my perception is that actually bars and clubs have got more dangerous in the last 10 years than they were when I was at university. And that's a shocking thing to find. And some of that is because of the new drugs that are around and the new ways that people have found of abusing women and treating women in bars. And some of it is actually, I think, to do with our political discourse, what has become considered acceptable, which is shocking. So I just think we need to be really clear that while this is a problem that has been around for a long time, actually the specific issue of people being having their drinks spiked and the way in which women and girls are treated in clubs, I think has got worse, and that is a real tragedy for all of us. That's certainly my perception from talking to my daughter and her friends, and I think we need to recognise that this is not going in the right direction at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Gearing. Welcome, anyway.
Yes, apologies for my late arrival. I think this is a motion that we all can agree on. It's incredibly important as a university town that we take up this issue. The injection spiking I find particularly nefarious in this context. It creates an atmosphere of fear. It creates unsafe environments where this practice is occurring, and the normal tools of policing don't really work very well. So in a way, for the city council to raise the awareness, to highlight that there needs to be an atmosphere of safety where men and women are watching out for their friends and be aware at all times what is going on with regards to the drinks and the other behavior is really important. We had a case of injection spiking in our college. It was absolutely horrifying for the victims. And unfortunately, in this instance, in many instances, there's also a slight victim blaming, right? Why didn't you protect your drink from the spiking? That is the wrong attitude, especially in the nighttime economy. And I think running a campaign, talking to the businesses and also the colleges that run bobs and bars is going to be crucial in order to address this horrible praxis. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bajan.
Yeah. The sexual abuse and violence against women takes place in every country in the world. It crosses classes, it crosses ages, it applies to everybody. Doesn't matter whether you're white, black, Chinese, Russian, even Ukrainian. Men abuse women. The statistics are horrendous. They're up in the 60%. And if we look around this room, that means that statistically, a lot of men in this room are potentially against women. It is only when men speak out against this and not treat it as something that just happens and is unfortunate because it happens to somebody else, when we men look for new ways to sexually abuse women, and then they invent spiking of drinks, and then they sell them in places where they didn't ought to be able to sell them and buy them. It's very difficult as a man to own up to this, to recognise that my gender is responsible for this behaviour. It is never the woman's fault. It was always the man's fault. There is never an excuse. There are no excuses for physical and mental violence and sexual violence against women. And I've done quite a lot of research on this, and I'm not going to go on any further, but I just wanted to add my voice to the other men have spoken, because it's men that will stop this. It's not women. Well, women protesting, of course, will help, but men that will stop other men thinking it's bravado, it's macho, it's alpha male, this is what blokes do. It ain't what blokes do, it ain't what men do. Thank you, Chair.
DJ?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I was just looking through the amendment, and I think a really key point is the statistic that 97% of drink spiking cases are not reported. And these crimes are obviously witnessed, and there might be various reasons why they're not reported, but it is really, I think, beholden upon men to stand up, to be allies, to report cases wherever they see them, and to challenge behaviour. And I think that's a kind of individual message to men as well as anyone else that this should apply to. So I do hope you can support the amendment that has these specific points in particular that are in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sweeney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to thank everybody who's spoken so far on this motion. I won't take long. I wanted to echo what Councillor Nessinger had said about the political context. I think sitting in political meetings and within the labour movement, the trade union movement, we have to look at ourselves. We have to look at the way that we speak to women and about women in those meetings, and we have to hold our hands up when we get it wrong ourselves. There is a lot that we need to do about political education and how we interact with each other. And I would like to highlight something that is happening in our area that is very proactive and very good on this area, and that's CAM's Youth Panel. CAM's Youth Panel are doing some amazing work, young people, 16, 17, 18-year-olds, on an education film programme called It's Just Everywhere, looking at sexual harassment and the experiences of young people in our city, in our county, and I think we should all be looking to support them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have no other speakers, and so, Councillor Collis, would you like to speak? About 4.5 minutes.
I won't need that, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to say most of what I had planned to say because I don't think I need to. I think lots of people have spoken really eloquently on this. The detail of the work we're doing as a council is there in the amendment. You can all see it. It's there for very good reasons. None of us, I think, in the chamber tonight can be in any doubt about the seriousness of this issue, whatever form it takes, whether that's drink spiking, injection spiking, or the wider issues that people have talked about of harassment and sexual violence. To act in this way towards another human is not okay. It's absolutely not okay. And we need, as a council, to send out this message really clearly. I think we all agree on that. When I was thinking about what to say this evening, I asked my son, who recently left university, and I'm sure you're all shocked that he is that old, but he is. I asked him if spiking and harassment on a night out was really that common. Was it something that his friends had encountered? Had they had problems in getting support? And he just sort of shrugged and said that was just how things were and just the way it was. Really? Is that really where we've got to? I think as a city, certainly we can do better than that, and I urge council to support this amendment. Thank you.
Absolutely. Almost exactly the same amount of time.
Okay. So now that the national government has, in its infinite wisdom, declared that COVID is no longer a problem, and that pubs and venues are being encouraged to open up again as normal, I think it's right to talk about a problem that can and does affect anyone. It could happen to any one of us, and perhaps it already has at some point in our lives. It's a pernicious problem. It's not a new problem, but it is a problem that seems to be on the rise, and indeed, unfortunately, there was a horrific incident that made the Cambridge news since the last time we met last week. In a YouGov survey conducted in October last year, 11% of women and 6% of men said that they'd had their drink spiked before. Nearly a third of all the respondents overall had either been spiked or knew someone who had been. This is almost certainly an underreport, as you know, for various reasons, people don't report this. Clearly, it's a problem that needs to be taken seriously, and I think we're all in agreement about that. And that's why I'm delighted to second this motion. Unfortunately, there are no simple solutions to tackle drink spiking, and we as a City Council have a role in leading the way for the communities we represent and protect. Cambridge is famous across the world as a university city, as a place for brilliant thinkers and enlightened minds. As a result, we attract young people from across the globe to our city that add to the young people that grew up and live in Cambridge. We owe it to the young to put the wheels in motion for a cultural change that will hopefully prevent people from falling victim to this crime. And I say cultural change because long term, that is what it will take. We owe it to our global reputation to make our city the kind of place that people from across the world can feel at home in and feel safe when going out. We owe it to ourselves, especially in such a tumultuous time, to do whatever we can to make this world a better place. We very much need to lead the way in that change by encouraging education amongst the student unions, sixth form colleges, and language schools that drink spiking is never acceptable, it is always the fault of the perpetrator, and ways in which they can protect themselves and each other. We need to work with pubs, clubs, bars and venues to ensure better training for staff, so they can recognise when a person may be at risk and to advise them when they have been. We also need to work with them to ensure that when victims suspect they have been spiked, they have procedures in place to help and treat the victims with compassion. I think this motion is an excellent starting place for this. And while I feel that Labour's amendment weakens the motion overall by reducing the focus somewhat, while patting themselves on the back, it's not without its merit. And I commend them for keeping our intent in what almost appears to be that rest-spotted beast, a collaborative approach to tackle a problem that is bigger than party politics.
Thank you very much for that. Before I call for the rights of reply, I'll say a couple of words myself. I won't say a lot. As many of you know, I spent many years working with hundreds and over the years thousands of young people, and I saw a lot of this. And everything that you said this evening, I saw, unfortunately, probably hundreds of times. How it was dealt with by certain agencies could be better, but I also saw some improvements as well. So I'm not going to repeat what anybody said, but I would like to draw your attention to the White Ribbon campaign. If you don't know about that, I've been an ambassador for that since about 2011, something like that. And for those of you who don't know about the White Ribbon campaign, I'm not going to spend time now telling you about it. It's very, very easy to access if you just put it into your computer under well-known search engines and just pop in there the White Ribbon campaign. There's lots and lots on there. We have some very high-profile White Ribbon ambassadors in the city, and Louise Walker is the lead here at the City Council for all those matters. I've spent quite a lot of time over the last 10 years speaking at venues at other colleges about this matter. So please look up the White Ribbon campaign, and those of you who feel ready, willing and able, I urge you to join that campaign. The second thing I'm going to mention is the same subject, but the White Ribbon campaign is about recognition and prevention and education. The second thing is, I thought it would be mentioned this evening, but it hasn't. The Ask Angela campaign, does everybody know about that? If you don't know about Ask Angela, that's something else worth looking up. And the licensing team have been working very hard with the door supervisors and with managers at nightclubs and pubs in the city. And that's quite simply, in a couple of words, there's obviously quite a bit to it, but in a couple of words, the Ask Angela campaign is quite simply that. That if a young person, male or female, in fact, it doesn't really matter, goes to one of the door supervisors or bar staff, and this is checked. I asked Yvonne only a few months ago if this is still live and active, and in fact, the licensing team go around and check it, and they ask the bar staff, do you know about Ask Angela? And the whole purpose is that if somebody says that to them, it's a safe place that they need. And so they will be protected and looked after by the staff in these night venues. But we do need to push that much, much more. It's a really, really good campaign. And that is all they have to say. And they will either find somebody a relative or somebody of their choice to take them home, look after them, or depending on the circumstances, forward that case onto the relevant authorities should that be the way forward with that particular issue. So those two things, dear friends, the White Ribbon campaign and the Ask Angela campaign are both well worth looking into and to doing your best to support that. Having said that, I now call on Councillor Collis and Councillor Payne. Both have a right of reply, 3 minutes each. Councillor Collis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to speak very briefly. I don't think that noting where we are as a council and the work that's been done is in any way problematic. I think it's unfortunate to call that patting ourselves on the back, because we've actually had a really constructive discussion this evening. So I'm going to ignore that. I think noting the work that we are doing as a council, so the wave training, the predator training, which actually has had some significant successes recently, I think that is all valuable. I think noting the work that we're doing, it shows where we are now and what more we need to do to improve things. I think we're all agreed that there is more work to be done. So should we just focus on that? Thank you.
Councillor Payne, you have the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief. I'd like to thank all members in the chamber for what I think has been a sombre but actually a really quite inspiring debate. And I've heard many people speak about instances and events and people they encounter in their day job who they are supporting or they're working with in a whole variety of guises. And I think you can end up thinking, oh my goodness, isn't the world a terrible place? So it's been really heartening to come to the chamber tonight and hear us all very much united on this and doing such good work in our personal, our professional and our political lives. So thank you to everyone for your contributions to the debate, which, while it is a miserable topic, have in many ways been uplifting, I think. I think, to summarise, we are on the same page here. I think what we disagree on is how we tackle this. And for me, while I agree that drink spiking is one symptom of a wider gender-based issue in society, I think we do need to be careful to not lose sight that it is one issue we can target individually. And I think there's real steps we can take to try and address that particular issue here. That's not to say that's where we should stop. And as Councillor Collis says, there is so much more work to do and we should always be looking for what that is. But I think in terms of being effective and efficient, it's worth not sort of muddying the waters and putting all these issues together into one big bundle that we just can't address. Drink spiking is one thing that we can. I'd love to see a motion at the next council on a follow-up issue. What I would just like to give my thanks to Councillor Lee this evening for seconding the motion and working with me on it. As Councillor Pagent has said, I think it's so powerful that men and women alike are speaking out against drink spiking. And I would just like to end by highlighting that while drink spiking absolutely and unquestionably affects women far, far more than men, and disproportionately so, can we please not see it as an issue that only affects women? I was reminded earlier on this evening, again by Councillor Lee, of Reinhard Sinaga. I don't know if people remember, who was arrested in 2017. And he was a young man who lived sort of in a flat between two clubs. And he was arrested in 2017 for, they thought, 159 sexual offences, where he'd invite people back to his flat, offer a drink which was spiked, and continue to do unspeakable things. So I think while it is disproportionately an issue that affects women, I really hope we can not lose sight of drink spiking as an issue that's become so normalised and so commonplace across our society that it does touch us all in many different ways. But thank you everyone for your support this evening.
Thank you very much for that debate, everybody. I think it was well worth it. I'll now go to vote on the amendment. All those in favour, please show.
That's 21.
And against?
0.
And abstentions, please.
Okay, that is 9.
Thank you. I'll now go to the vote on the motion as amended. All those in favour, please show.
Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That takes me to agenda item 10. Members are to note the written questions included in the information pack starting on page 29. But I'm also asked to remind members to note the urgent decision taken by the Chief Exec to appoint council representatives to the Conservators of the River Cam on page 699. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the business. It's been a delight as always. Could I please remind you to take any cups, glasses, any rubbish that you have and just place them in the bins outside. If you have any spare paper money, please leave it with me. I'll put it in the Mayor's charity.